Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you've been here or not, thanks for being here. Thanks for viewing. Thanks for checking out. We're going to start out this morning with a few blessings, acknowledgments to the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, and the Divine Child. And that's going to be in English. And then probably going to have a few minutes. I'll pull up the chair, chat a little bit, whatever the case. And then after that, we'll 3:33 at least standard time, so 33 on the hour of where you are. That's when we're going to start our jam of blessings, a multitude of blessings in a multitude of languages, ancient cultures and civilizations and ways, and they're all blessings. So thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out. French. Am I French? Interesting question. Am I French? I will answer that. Yes, I got French in me. Um, my family's traveled from place to place to place as far as like lineage goes, and some interesting history. I thought I was. I thought I had some other blood in me, which I do, but actually it goes back to France on one side of the family. So that was some pretty interesting stuff. If you would like to close your eyes, that is, you're able to really connect. That's if you choose to. Kennemetonket translates into the water of life and fertility, and essentially it is the Divine Mother's presence. And so I use the term Kennemetonket predominantly here in this one. You hear me say Neternumitavakamio Shenu, and essentially Netar is Kemetic Egyptian, Numen would be so more Norse, Scandinavian, the Devi would be more so Indian Hindu, Shen would be more so Japanese, not Japanese, Chinese, yeah. Uh, anyways, Neternumitavakami. Kami is Japanese, Shin is Chinese, L would be your Christianized. And the only reason why I recognize the Christian on that end of spectrum is because they do technically acknowledge the seraphim, and the seraphim is what is actually embodying the different cycles of nature that compose of the continuum of everything that we know to be. So you'll hear me use that. Um, anyways, without further ado. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinematonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinametonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the daughter and mother of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinametonket, hear and save. O thou Lady of love, the Lady of the earth, Lady Kinametonket, Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred lotus, the flower of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinametonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinametonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kinametonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, or ours. Kinametonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikobateara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kinametonket are we, and to our mother draw. Receive our Ayakana. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kinametonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with Tahuti, with divine wisdom, we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gabanakar. We are the wife and sister of the king Walsar. We are she who rises in the dark star. We are she who is called the Netaret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Osara, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence in the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinametonket, great art thou, all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isat, 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 Olsat, 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 Kinametonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Naum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial, joy, and even unto death, and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one. Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Briket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, in the attack boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrow of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Histara, deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanomedef you. Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopateara, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of war, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethernomedeb Kamiel Shenju, Sekhmet, mistress of the crown, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Praise us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than Isa, Sepiparam Hasro, Tishtif, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparo, greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amtav, of Mente of Manu, Lady of Sa of Rastol, Lady of Temnef of Akur, Lady of Aru of Yevon. Thou art the Nekeret Amiseshet, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekara Sapusaram Kakara Metsepi Paramasrapu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nathanomid of Kamayal Shen you. From the Abner of Kamaru, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone, who preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanomid of Kamayal Shen you. Preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself in thee. Homage to you, Hikupateara, and hail to the Netanomadabakamiel Shin, who came forth from thy members. O Hikupateara Sasatim, hearer of prayer, thou art the great I, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanum Deb Kamel Shinyu, Lord of the great throne, Hikubatearatinen, eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Unalum who renews what already is. Act, whose respect is great in the Anad. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. Hotatin, the Kav, all the living were created in the image of Ikubatera, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hero was created from the thoughts of Hikubatera's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikubatera's tongue. Hikubatera's heart guides the Anad, while Hikubatera's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad. Hikopatera had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikopatera called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. Atumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikopatera, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikopatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikopatera is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sepiparam Hasro Patishtif is the great defender and beloved of Hikopatera, and for Neferturum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanomid of Kamiel Shin, you of Memphis. O Nethanomid of Kamiel Shin of the primeval mound, hail unto thee, great art thou. Revered art thou who made the heavens after the conception of Unalum's mind, who suspended Aro by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Ecopatera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious nothing of Depmi or Shinyu of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine and in thy mysterious seat, like our feast, thy son who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shetta, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Hikupaterasasa, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikupaterasasa, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikupaterasasa, Tatinen of millions of names, hear our prayers and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopatera Meka mansion, thee, Hikopatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are nubet, our ears are abuat, our nose is kincheps, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kepara, our neck is kenemetonket, the divine mother, our hands are kenamu, the lord of Tatu, our forearms are Neith, the lady of Sais, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Isar, our reins are the lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. Our belly and our backbone are Sekhet, our buttocks are the eye of Heru, our hips and thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikupateara, and our feet are Hikupateara. Our fingers and our leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Nathanomedep Kamiel Shirn. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and the region and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither Mir nor Netronomedav Kamielshin, nor sainted dead, nor they who had perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Hikupateratatanen, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our name and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother, Hikupateratatanen. We give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikopateratatanen of light, may your light be our light. O Hikopatera of mercy, may your compassion liberate us, giver of life to all of creation. Such does the Ankh flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikopateratatanen. O Hikopatera of life, light, and mercy, hear our prayer and feel our energy. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, the hero of the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath their feet forever. Make Hikopaterata, tin and sword victorious. Let Una Lum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows. Lord of the double feather and shiny ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Nethernumet of Kamil Shen alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnetar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikopatearasasate, many hymns, Unalum, who created the Netanum Kamiel Shinyu, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on Unalum's behalf of creator of the kingdom. a gift of the living king to Hikubatera Sasatim, south of his wall, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikubatera Sasatim, Hikubatera Sakarim, the Lord of Shirdir, and Esor of Nebuvrostor. May you allow our car to come forth in the day and see the Atmara. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikubatea Rasasatim since first we were on a car. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Alsar, celebrating in the district of Pakar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy of the two lands, royal scribe Horemheb the vindicated, Hikopatea Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a postish beard, wearing a skull-cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikopateirasasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown home. Kepra 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 ra 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 tum kansu arsimitor chabo balane simtruina hai arsimitor chabo balane simtruina hai arsimitor chabo balane simtruina hai habra dabra habra dabra habra dabra. Yeah, we got a few minutes before we get started on the jam here. We're going to start that at the 33 mark. So about 10 minutes. Super welcome, St. Laurent. Much love and many blessings indeed. And all we got today is just water. Here, I'll refill for you. So water. You know, this clock here. The very first one that I read to the Divine Mother, I had profound experiences after reading that. And those profound experiences, they correlated a season of activity that I applied completely and solely to myself. I knew I was able to experience something different. I was experiencing something different. I was not needing a substance to attain any state of being. I was able to do this. I've been able to do this throughout my life. There's other people out in the world and they connect with that. They've had these similar experiences. And a lot of people, they will tend to try and attempt to put disability on top of us, but we don't have a disability. We have an ability. I saw this omen in life, and it stuck out to me from the day that I saw it to today, probably to the day I die. And it was a series of trucks, and the trucks they all were saying pretty much the same thing, but they had a couple different ways of lettering it out. They lettered it differently on the trucks. The only way that I could prove this was because I there were still these trucks were still passing in front of the place where I was on a daily basis, and about 2 3 days later, I was able to see this and they confirm it. But in its uniqueness of three trucks lining up, it said A, the letter A, A, essentially, A is the way. A is the way is what stuck into me. A is the way to save the world. A is the way to save the world. The letter A was significant across the board. And so I started applying that significantly. Ancient ways, the ancient formulas, and I've had other letter A's wind up crop up for me, and I wind up paying attention to those aspects when those things occur. And usually when I go in that direction, it spells something pretty good. There's something pretty darn solid, like I could learn from and assist on the journey. But it truly is each one's own individual abilities that you're capable to truly outthink, outmaneuver, outstrategize, outsmart the people around you. And they I've seen other people, and at least for my own choice, I rejected the drugs. I've rejected people are like, oh, you're on drugs. Yeah, I rejected all drugs. I don't give a fuck if you're wearing a lab coat and got doctor across you and it's a prescription, and I go to your big building and it sends me to another building and I get something for nah, man. That's just a drug, as if I gonna try to find somebody and go into some crooked neighborhood and get some stuff I shouldn't be messing with. That's the same bad stuff to me. I don't care if it's somebody's house or some. No, man, I'm not into that stuff. I don't take aspirin, Advil. Screw it. No, I'm good. I'm good. Because my own abilities, they fire wonderfully with me just living life. And additional things. I found that what the world winds up producing, you see, the world we're not supposed to be part of, the stuff they wind up producing, it destroys the brain. It destroys your brain. They hurt you. And then they say that you're not working correctly. Well, you don't work correctly because your truth and your ability and everything you got is going to destroy what they built just out of you following your heart and doing good stuff because they know they're shady and up to bad stuff. And you already smelt the crikiness they were up to, and they had to do everything they could to shove it under the rug and be like, no, 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 there ain't nothing in the room. No, 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 you off, bro, you're off. They cause doubt. If doubt don't work, they cause fear. So be careful of those situations. Though more so of what I'm pointing on here is to have belief in your own abilities. Have belief in your own smarts, whoever you are. It doesn't matter if you're giving me a bad comment or not. I don't care none. You got some abilities in life and you can use those to a proper advantage that assists not only yourself but others well. We don't have to hurt others to move forward. That's a fact. I'm having a good morning. I hope you're having a good morning. I'm jazzing and jamming. I was able to go live. Boom. Got live on at 3 today. Let me check over here on TikTok just in case I sent a message to somebody. And in just a little bit, we're going to go over. I'm just looking for somebody's comments over here on TikTok. So I apologize. There was somebody I sent a message to, and I said if I see you on there before I start get going, I'll make you a moderator. But I don't see him there, so I'm not gonna worry about it again. What's up, Arr, arr. That's how I pronounce all the R's. Their name is just a bunch of R's. Anyways. Alright. We got 1 minute. And these are blessings in multitude of languages from across the world. If you want to enjoy the most of it, you can literally close your eyes and sit there in peace and have a wonderful experience within. And if you just want to leave your eyes open and watch, and that's cool too. I'm just sitting there the whole time, just reading. Scene really don't change too much, except for me, well, moving a page or whatnot. But in the beginning here, I'll strike the gong, and then there's a little setup, and then once I get going, we'll get going. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, thy cup and shield and wine and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light in darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bows and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwyn Vael, light the blight, this be dark and night in our right. Zekia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zedingadia Kampa, Zedingadana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Zizekio was on Puto, right ahead, Kerusha, Henry Sirugai, Bot, Kutijin, was more half the Ratsuki, the set the clause, I paid the two, who deep shakens and a Saraman. On Bashir Matthias, welcome Bashamanatis, Varnu, Narandu, Bomon Chonking Show, and Shanain, Tarias, welcome Shanaya, Andreas, Baha, on Banging Broom. Unji Trashi Batanos, Wagonji Trashi, Atrashi Vatanas, Vaharuda, Ruda, King on the Nidron, Chong hanging home, Chonking Show. When Hayabish Matayas Wako, Hayabash Zaha, Ring on Hong, when I'm Kushano Matam, Namhasamata Pashanum Hum, who I hear go to the Ring on Kong Kong, and Angaraya, Masuato, Mayaya, and Mayazva, ha he, we, shooting on going. When he goes to a batai swagom jorti each and over jibate swaha na king on pum when she reach batai swagom shijai varatayas waha ganging room on ada pasano swagom and I cardi buba bebo beer bar bear bar buba beer ongamen. Preno Sisikil was on Putur, I had Kerusha, Henry Sirukai, Cotigen was Ma, Torochu gives it the toes, I did to Deep Shakins and a Saraman, Parshakushu Baru, Makabor Momu, Alabo, Pogana, Robo, Galana, Bariko, Sharabakstan, Sarabo Priko and Belulu, Mashana Boprona, you can accompany Belulu, Google, Higarbe, Shukila, Gabolo, Gimma, Michelle Goris, Luma, Bobo, Maruka, Agaziku, Gigam, Campanamdo, Bakalamos, you can give it Lanu Shaju Mashanano, Sorolim, Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Rona, Ramangi, Mutuku, Ataki, Lugulu, the door, Kinman Gaigola, Zikor, Nengi, Gorn, Beru, Getting Amtala, Kubanu, Tuku, Kakumashka, Sana Zagari, Mashti, Shadu, Malaba, Lugarat, Marata, Marutu, Corius, Sorolu, Banaskin, to do Dediku, Kim Lugar and Magi, Banutuku, and Lugaramaki, Banor Bishu, Soroliman, Maratu, Sarimashagarano, Zuro Namar, and Arabo, Kibil Balang, Karamadu, Dagatuku, Mashamasti, Sore Mashan of Gorsu, Gori Masharo, Serapadiku, Babara, Sukan Palu, Galap, the board, I think, Bo, at the King of Barade, Movaru, Kakugamu, Ninuam, Gashti. We are also known for the Sum is found perfect before the Nephilim of Kami Shin. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Nopus, the justified one, where he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Metronome de Kamiel Shen. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified, we stand upon the multiverse, we are its reconciler with the eternal Metronome de Kamiel Shen. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi, making victorious all sorrow over his enemies, on the night that of battle and of making the bettering of the Sabol. day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, Jerin Jejertu. Salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hudi. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarani tu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved Isak, our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Isaronofris will confirm. Lady Iset and Nevi Sorabi, shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation, disconnection are now forever and done. Lilikim linush kiri staksare tu martikuli turkni ishli bi alo admeshan gen meshes ari lusayansi emila arthur mukjerksha isaya ariaga jileka dubira laka isaya oriega name tukuno kimakutri letili shami ina zumria isayena zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria zilika ina zumria dubira ina zumria laka ina zumria tatari ina zumria tatexi ina zumria tekaruba ina zumria Salnik and Nish, Mashkaptulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Kipel Kimli, Lutamatunu Nish, Mashtuk Mashmashalani, Lutamatunu Nish, Ishpar Kamakunu, Lutamatunu, Inazumra, Yutabrasama, Ya, Tunania, Banini, Baterik, Agarbaiz, Agarbara, Carbara is the Barcarbora, Agarbaiz, Baterik, Benanim, Badunania, Corboria. Rimba gora ki yaksaka ki sakduti ki soru ki tulu ya shrim bajwa kani shrim patwa 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 Him Krim Him was Robert Kanye, Him Patwaha, Shim Krim Him was Robert Kanye, Him Patwaha, Nushubam Gigatsuki should give God as his Aramada Guru Kalamas Nikudingan in Abu, Nexon Kukari, Shumuku to see and Kampasiki, Kambakalur Barana, Tabara, Shakbaraki, Gimbara, Lord Balar, Maskim Baral, Tupara, Ipabara, Latubara, Lasubara, Korubara, Guru Baraki, Golod Bara, Litubara, Zulatina, Zulatina, Zugi, Kim Zulatina, Mula Zoladina Zu, Linga Zoladina Zu, Maskim Zoladina Zu, Baratina Zu, Zigan Kapasi, Kampa, Unisixi Barain and Gisha Shufkishu or Masha Zigar Barain, IGU, Nabi Gisha Shar, my Saganemisha, Yainin Dorish, Arkiu, Akbar, Dianam Dea Sarasavito, Sunday Manda Varat, Dinariana Sachi Sirisana, Sani Face, the Kiro, Parmakulu Kurovan, Kariti Hari Haran, Maya, Vapor, Tosanka Karam Naskaran Mantra, Ramatra, Yartamahum Frame Ravari, Yaramahum Franshi, Yartamahum Frame Barava, from home from Kukari, Yatamahum Propusnel, Mahum from Yaram Mahariana, Frame Marikariatam, home from Yatam, home frame Savita, home from Markariatam, home Prapuska. From Ray Professor Digana Yanamha, Pasi Ayasas Namaskara and Yako Rante Dene of President Balam Vero Tesham Kajayate, on Kring Mong Heros or Hong Kring Bong, Shimasha Kashapia, Episha Musha Pistia, Kimati, or Kutushula, Limishuli, Zurbu, Lata Duku, Epita Shunu, Kima, Mena, Duina, Tikili, Tushunuli, Mutuma, and Akulu Blue, Shunulini, Shumanakulu, Retinin, Shunuliti, Shumanakulu. Rama Shaluti Shapti Sharushi or Kushi Shurpi or Kishur Kuyush, Sinigar Goko Shabakam Bong, Ibigara Gibil, Kashru Money and Dudu to Stitcher, Lani or Marki Gishpari Yazi, Yazi, Dingar Karakampa, en die magdur semi togi chabu bananen cham torina hai di shwar baki bil baki ara siga kamar lurnu shariulna kunushi shariula kunushi shariulini kunushi shariuli kunushi shariuli tet kunushi shariulini kunushi shariulina kunushi shariuli gatin kunushi shariudani like kunulin putina zumaya utapasama agamasaratu is masarati sharmushi shurulu shishali nuti zizani melani rebuti shimaya rabarati Dina Dina Laki Lindal Sikumushi Lani Mushiki Yamasarati Masarati Bais Masaratu Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Garavaruni Shamaskori Yamasaratu 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 Zikia Kampabargolo Maneski Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klimisnad Vernam Home Sam Kumbarari Arnama Dun Tefnu Kubera Nebakoro Prompri Vidatu Bumi Devia Metandu Mutamno Sekaru Mediakin and Etapim Sar Adagina Taras Koreate Kertes Sapsanaman Sirio Tuxorata Sanoami Sanari Atnama Omiam Dry Artam Harkopstrom and Rom Tesacto Agnea Medical Obstrom no Sekis Holtonam Sectum Tax to Exaka Kartekanan and Kapek Tagne Korexer Tepserunak Pekmanek Kala Kutulu Tatara Agneum Nari Artam How Mamma Yamari Artam Happy Amau Mazara to Tataya Varna Happy no Capi Seki Sorunam Sek Tesek Tepartek Ruine Kierta Ekor Hana Nectar Kierta Mormatu Yanu Yan Yaning Gineri Kirex Samrak Sasari Atnamha Pampanunari Anam himself Rajus Malaya Meranim Seno himself Seki Serunam Sex Seruna Pigments of Sanuduni Kupetera Maltumuratas of Zitingarana capacity at the Capacapeo Biomium Rayor Vertam Harmor City Morcal Aboru Morbachu sitting and anacomazing at Kapatu Sotata Kutulu Tata Kaka exactly Takarai Yadu Yadu Giza Beo Umprim Martin and Namhana Pramuna Mohana Saratu Sia Metang Pranu Bakabram Capra Nebem kebrasha kempremeramen nebemembren kebrasha kaparu empremra amru azak tuti tekra nesrat nebu mahaja tiu saramas yom ket de psakers to tunda panadu tep mesu parnetor om prim hom so yari yartam hom prim shrim shundra yartam hom im prim shim mangal yartam ha om im shrim bambori yartam hom im bram spati yartam hom prim shrim shankara yartam hom im prim shrim samchana yartam ha Om Him Robert, Om Him Ketugat, Maja Pusum, Kasham Kishia, Paya Mahadair, Tamarim, Savapavagam, Pranotosni, Divakaram, Dari Shankar Tishorbam, Kishorana, Vasam Babam, Namami, Shardam, Somapsam, Bormukurta, Busharnam, Roraning, Karvasam, Putam, Betu Karati, Samapravam, Kumaram, Shaki, has Tamtam Magalam, Pranamayam, Payam, Buraika, Sharmam, Roperam, Pratima, Boram, Somiam, Kuno Pertam, Tambor, Hampranamamiam, Devanam, Chari, Sher, Nam, Chakorum, Kanchana, Sani Bamburi, Butram, Trilkasham, Namami, Breas, Patim, Himakutam, Rain, Alabambet, Dadam, Paramam, Korum, Survas, Pravaktaram, Barika, Pranamamiam, Nil, Jana Samapasam, Ravi, Putram, Yamagura, Jamchoja, Yarutanda, Sambutam, Tam, Namami, Shana, Swara, Matakaria, Mahavariam, Chandradi, Gavimardartam, Simiku Garbas, and Butam, Tam, Rahum, Pranamamiam, Palasha, Pushpasam, Karshan, Taraka, Grahama, Sakon, Gorom Tam Ketum Pranamami, Mombromo, Boradi, Tribunal Kari, Borosho, Bormi, Suta, Borasho, Gurusho, Shukrash, and Ketu Sura, Karaha, Mama Super Partam, Kurumesha, Tisha, on Borbot was Boram Tata, Vitor, Varium Borgor, the Union Operational, on Plato to Aha, Hariam Plato to Aha, Anasin, and Ambra City, Asini, and Anabasamakan, Sayaki, Akampama, Gabati, and Anakampama, Shorita, and Azia, Campania, Magia, Sagastanaki, hashtag voice. Nabogudu, Morcoria, Satori, and Carco, Yarsinio Burmaza, Sefrunias, Canpalas, Hasa, Castain, Talascanpa, Nebosatan, Toscanpa, Yakasia, Sasia, Kulamani, Yasia, Marcali, Bari, Yagushia, Yanana, Yarnani, Yarashapa, Babacha, Chikarini, Yaramilo, Yaji, Sari Canpa, Inanas Yarma, Campapis, Arma, Campaya, Yabe, Zuru, Shmashuru, Yarlu, Yaria, Soran Segarmani Yatari, Ubertala Party Yatkanpa, Sitting a Rudu Yakampa, sitting a Rustu Yakampa, Shazira Kuzi Paradukanpa, Yashtakanpa, Yana Gormas Baruna, Gormas Baru, Yana Korea, Yazian Karkampa, Yan Korea, Yaziring Yarnin Yakanpa, Yakatala Makiata, Kampa, Marakumu, Skariaraki, Gari Agma Babor, Nation Marutuku, Yotuku, Sorim, so Gorim, Zarin, Sakarim, Sangasana, Pelo Kuku, Nimkamano, Yardu, Yanda, Yazi, Batu, Balguber, Udarikur, Baga, Kampa, does the exact Zagbat.
Pasagbaron doi salingan usubiki gam suki srike goddess saramari edin guru kalamas ni kudingar ni naburi unai salangan ku kariashi sukmur ku Usu vagina vagini precious tastro mam jujash vagronatro maogore parani devi uvarti prandiananu pratam charasi vishvarte usu devia marti avivarti chandrartar sundrati ranmi atrva vantusiama suashva ranyar varna pertu jasar shui hiera jasar partir chibu varnyanni Vishwarvati Shatsya Martharsya Ketrusamarna Martarm Charani Yarmarna Chakaram Mirva Naviasyarta Vartvartsva Alvasyor Neva Chinvarti Magori Ushariarti Svar Sarasyar Partni Svar Sharnanti Survarga Suram Sarantanti Varpa Prata Apritari Yar Chahardo Vorte Vimorsha Samvivarti Pravorvarvam namarsa sorvor trimorvam murorda divi parajo shrashraj rosharda rorosharan varsandr pravara vardari divore kerdra bordiara varti rodasi chitra mata rari ti magna ushar samvivartin var mameshi prarni narm Marna Puntarsia Burarna Nujarna Misan Yarnurvorsta Mari Morsasia Varunarsia Margi Archandreva Barnum Vidarde Poratra Onde Vicariana Magariani Maria Mana Maria Mario Ginian de Shuinarin Namco Parsurtam Devi Parti Mekuru Ternama Home Devendrani Namasturbiam Devendra Priva Mimi Vivar Hambarar Gorgiam Srigrara Babel Charte Himeum Krinkati Yarnyai Swaha Shrinkati Yarnyai Swaha Shankar Sankar Sharmaji Papi Veravan Srai Purusha Status De Lape Chaparti Medehi Kuruti Kuru Swaha Kari Yarnyai Mahamaryan Maha Yorkin Yarti Swarti Nam Guparsu Devi Parti Mekuruter Namai Gorti Shankar Darkini Yatatupam Shankar Priya Tatar Manku Karyani Kartas Durla Bamum Devendrani Namastur Piam Devendra Pribal Mimi Vivarham Pariar Morgiam Shrikaram Chartehi Meum Ring Hong Namha Gordi Shankar Ini Yatatum Shankar Priya Tatat Mamkuru Karyani Katam Durla Bam Oserker meton ketzer form hasro bedischte fatorikata estat dere demetically nan Martni do Guatemala from mother into her, we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes from upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. No tono tono tor, no tono tono tor, no tono tono tor. On board board was wa hot has waiter varnya borgo was adding mar heat, no pracho diet, ipsos 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 ipsos. Coronation to Torota, Torora, Tarora, Torora, Rotu, Abraha, Dobra, Ungong, Gungang, Gang, Gang, Kong, Kring, Kong, Bong, Gong, Wung, Ching, Kutong, Gong, Gong, Dong, Bong, Malapaka, Kitagluga, Marata, Carbon, Matuka, Gudama, Duka, Gudama, Zari, Mashigaranu, Erking, Baradimo, Erking, Baradimo, Zari, Mashigaranu, Aruka, Gudamu, Aruka, Gudamu, Lugarat, Mata, Carbon, Malapaka, Aduka Gudamu, Zari, Mashigaranu, Erking, Baradimo, Aruka, Gudamu, Lugarat, Mata, Carbon, Malapaka, Bagam Dimpus di Varharamor Varu Vami Varbanat Mur Musheri Namaha Rim Rim Hum Chong Chong Kong Kong Mau Gubji Erke Chong Kong Kong Chong Shrim 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 Hum Shrim 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 Chong Chong Kong Gubjerika 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 Kong Chong Chong Hum Amarea Griforana Koroazi Kenai Shukurai Tama Shrim Shrim Him Basame De Hi Sukurai Yesva Kring 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 kali 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 humpa sarva bisa medehi me mahali karat namha tangking jo ju lang tien zun san ching jo ju lang tien jun Suhor hosh shwe share shor komori bosoku 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 komori bo ombor bor baswa hata vitor vanya borgono basa de mangendi no prachudayar paverdeva tri vasita sura karva para saravi sarma miotra kartiara la sornarka yashna vartia Valuaja jamardar negortar mamurkara viarsa lumasar yas yar koserika varsa polasia marduruka turbasa narada kasia pagaya treus nikas nordu brati pramgri tristur jegarti ater jegarti sakvardi ater sakvardi torti ater torti verret prastarti kurti pramkarti arkarti vertri samskarti anaksara Tibor Borbois Swahal Jordes Marti Arni Praja Parti Somar Sana Savita Tiga Bras Parti Metra Varuna Barga Aranen Karesar Swasta Posen Dragni Vayu Vavardeva Metra Varuni Visvardeva Metrika Visnu Vasu Drudru Kuberas Finsarti Montru Regni Surya Gas Yarma Varuna Bras Parti Brajwarna Erndra Garvan Pursametra Vasa Vasu Moru Sugma Engeras Visvarevas Vinspraja Parti Axar Tarva Rudra Brahma Visnu Largni Vayu Suri Saranti Yarinkiartas Putri Borgara Karanarva Pusametra Varun Vasa Vasu Mardeva Metra Varun Nigeria Visvareva Visnu Prajapati Zorvareva Kuberas Vinsbrahma Varbadevi Priya Sartya Viswabandra Virasini Prava Varat Jaya Santa Canta Dorka Saraswati Vidrum Visalaya Savayarpini Vimarota Mubahardini Sorshma Veruani Viswaruni Jaya Vasar Padmarvia Parasolva Badru Tribarda Pridivi Alpazarni Vayu Arkasagarna Rasa Rupas Parsartar Pastarpayu Barda Parni Varkarana Varkaksus Var Srutru Paranamala Saparna Burti Viara Siras Marna Karda Karshati Ati Manukishatu Shaturiur Karani Yar Sharulia Yabarabara Yarkampa Yarkampa Ishnigarabi Yarngi Yaya 三金小树乌兰丁云下山金小树乌兰丁云地王木小丁云金原来像不花丁云就丁云原来小不花丁云我如新金如白莲花线金如白莲都如不小 Yer yarn shotin jun shor share yan shor tien jun yorn shiu horn share ori tien sur shiarash ho hush er unsh hu sia cruris yarn teu jo ho fuji du he darvish shor ke hosh chue shu hosn shu ha hosh Fushi nish ush fushi rish ush chue sheshu shur fuesh meshi Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Ramerti Rame Rame Manoram Sastur Nam Tatori Nam Varnarne Umbani Kayar Namakanata Yavarmane Vaganundari Adi Maitano Dandi Prachudaya Vakatuna Makaria Soyakorti Samapravadori Kodom Kurumedeva Sarva Koresu Sarvara Shri Guru Suraj Suraj Rajnesh Mamu Kore Suraparno Raguvarvi Mosa Sojora Kuporchor Burhi Tanu Jani Kusumero Bobon Kumar Borburi Vidyatrumo Yarakaru Sovikorje Dan Gun Sugarje Karpistiun Loku Jagoram Dudali Badamanjani Pudum Papanzor Lamaha Mahabevarakam Bajarangi Kumarini Vars America Sargi Kasharvara Subesikaran Kudokuji Kiso Vojro Borje Roje Korde Borjore Husoje Sukasu Varkasrin and Dentish Pratamaha Jagvardan Vidya Parkuni Ati Chatram Kashkari Bikur Ruthri Sirabe Kurasia Ramlakan Sita Manbasia Srikuros Roj Rajnish Mane Mukure Surapa Ragu Varvi Mos Jaku Farbor buri taru Janik Sumoro Porvan Borburi Vidia Boho Mori Moro Kores of Vicarje Aravenkan Kunskorche Karpisi Luku Jogor from Dutali Bardomens and he put a Bopansor the Mama Vevrikan Bajor Kumari Nivors Americas and Gikasan Veris Besikaran Kodo Kujikis Hopos Rodo Borje Baroje Korte Borshere Husorje Sikorosuvarkasin and the Deshprata Mahajagvartan Video Parakuni Atita Tram Koshkari Bikur Travel Trita Servicorasa Mola Kansita Manbasia Surcharubdari Siarki Teka the Rubdari Lankar Jarava Pimarubdari Asosanghare Rabachandra Kansa Sarvarte Yes Arshiva Kanjia Yesre Ragu Harchi Olori Ragu Harikini Barubare to Mampri Barati Sambari Sasparantum Horo Yaskarve Oskarti Shri Parikant Garve Sankari Permari Morens and the Ratsaratsari days Yanku Bardi Porjante Kavikavur Karti Sohe Karte Mukosa Gravin Kera Ramre Aye Raja Partene Tomorrow Montreve Barshan Manalankas Warbari Subjana Yug Sahas Rajajan Parmardoli Yurai Marwar Parajaru Praru Mutrika Marin Mork Margi Chalaji Lanki Kapashorashnar Herdorika Jagar Kerjete Surga Nukar Tumrete Terrum Dore Tumragvare Wang Yabe Nu Posarte Sugla Surksar He Tom Haris Aran Numrak Sara Hukorarna Apante Samharo Ten Pornu Kolker Tankape Borges Ashrikadna Hina Vema Via Jabna Rom Surve Nasrao Hare Sapir Japarna Rantar Hanumon Bera Sankatse Ruma Churve Harun Makar Ramvachan Janjul Visur Poram Tapas Verajatin Kekarsan Kortum Sarj Mano da Ju Foisurve Sur Hira Major Van Porper Bejaran you port up to Hara Har Procedure Garaji or as a Rusam Tech to Uruguare as for Nekran Room Dar Harde Ashasiri Navnir Hidar Kertar House Vorden Janki Marta Ramrasi and Jumara Pasasara Rahora Gubarti Kerdasa Jumhara Barjan Ram Kaskor Bejaram Janam Kerdur Pasrave Ant Koragu Ver Porjari Jaram Jaram Barik Barik Kahari or de Fragina Terteki Harmoser he Sorvesor Kareki Sakar Karte Mite Sapir Josumera Hanuma Ber JJ Haruma Gozin Kripkaru Boru de Viarna Indus or Bopper Kor Korki Jurter he Bandi Mahasor Korki Joria Haparhe Armachalisha Horia Sir, he Sarki Gores to see Sarah Hori, Chair Carjedas Hora, Yemindera Povorna, Sankar Garn, Gormorti, Rubram, La Cansita Sar, Hirodari, Basa, who sorbu, O Maharaga Savasharvaja, Vanor Ganesh, Namjarandi, Varnyamu, Namafu, O Mim Himshi, Mim Grom, Mim Namuvati, Vari, Varamuki, Adartini, Namarun, the Runtini, Namajambe Japini, Namamu Emohini, Samasabini, Namam Savadus, the Pradus, Salam Salvetus, Varaki, Gata, Jormuk, Gati, Jibas, and Baram Kurukodas, Gambasiam, Englota, Taumaya, Hatswa, Animani, Manamama, Nashira, Shireti, Shamishabitas, Nomuda, Mukudabi, Shabi, Shai, Guinness, and Tishabi, Rokabashari, Nebita, Badanta, Nebita, and Rashida, Kumadi, Rade, Sugar, somebody bigger, Reda, Roma, Rishita, so you know, Kishana, Pasha, Shudai, Matata, Shana, Roto, Kishara, Rashataya. Barumanaya Taya Zaramada Piru Gomoki rather than that Chineri Chiari Natatona de and Nabakulabi Akari Kandari Sadimatugi Kuri Roshani Hachi Debi Debi and Debi and Debi 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 Kuru 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 Katakatana Shrate and should Lachi for a Senation Batani Batani so Batani so Yabi Shari so in Karani so Yaga right Asugarate Sarabasugi Mishkara and I Sarabasara Marshall, the Sarabasara de Kyusha, to you I should be getting that. Onium, Mama, Srikarita, Samasvita, Santa Mukta Mukta, Samava, Sama, Jack, Siena Center, Samita, the running, occupation, Sani, Hidu, Intani Vista, Metari Parishu, Kuria, Dade Patade, Sukai, some will get Dharma Parikiti, some go Sani, Nikoni by the Sani Matrumatu Serata, Ruturus Kalaya, Saya Parata, Vakula Batuna Manitay, while Hashwal, Kumuki, the Batan, the Batani, Tini Vitini, City, in the Vatis, Swaha, Atate Tatate Natate Vanatate Nari Nari Konadi Swaha, Gari 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 Kadari Kadali Matagi Bukasi Sankulu Libri Sai Sisi Swaha, Intimate Mini 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 Ru Heru Heru Ru Rest to Swaha, Adana Dana Pata Dana Batane Dana Kusai Dana Sarade Sarada Pade Bada Pasani, Sabatani Avatani Sambatani Samparixi Samanakatani Dama Parixi Sabra Sabra Kuswara Kate Simificati Donavate Batani Patani Swaha. Monotomy, motomotomy, Shirley, Sharmar, Sharlo, Turway, Sharty, Mortolo, Solo, What Solo, Shan, Lo, Solo, Charlie, Archai, Arcari, Shan, Dear, Charlotte, Lorni, Yellow, Carpo, Sorbo, Sharpie, Shar, Nimi, Perry, Arbialdo, Lordi, Lordi, Dardor boli shordi jorli morjorli yarlu li bololi shor jarsi sanmo sanlu futu pui jiri da mor boli sierde sen carne cursa mir posher posher jordi mandolor charia doyo Lord Jor Sher Lord Ler Chalu Cha Yadu Yad Polu Moro Nado Leco Limo Hecoli Ulisi Mugieri Elo Porinelli Reginelli por di girni vergini gerigi nine lici nine lici porielli Nali nor nali nalu nalu giornalu le chiarmi che mi curi chiarantu li morden chi cian fioli fu lo chariati ti lurni tirmi ti luatilu ni luti luli ni luni 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 logi 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 doji doji ertanti tanto poritan turbodirtan tojor sheritan tojor joli tortolo eu tolo Pori foto borshan mi saportolo ni apollo ni sapoposha e pojor jejo e potorni senkia polo shari serenkia ni che torni senkier po chiare di lierlo sinchier doriolerlo di bollo di san por la seren chiare san mori chiare lean di sa por la morso borli char di sa posa dorlo jor shirlo no chiarzi ger nervi giri di Sasikam Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Cho, Gong Nim So, Gong Sort Hung, Mong Hong Chom, Gong Ching, Haring Ara, Ring, Gong Haru Sor Ra, Ong Bam Dum Mong Grung and Glong and Blum and Glong 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 and Blum and Glong and Song Ching Glong and Glong and Glong and Song Ching Glong Hung Ching Hing Mom Dum Chong Ching Song Gong Sort of Hung Sort of Hung Ching Gong Ching Haring Hara Rang Harasor Ho Sor Gong King So Gong Bang the Hung any Chinaram Pasha Pum Shukunaram Bachabe Humushu Naram Nasmbaba Tramida Naram Datarum Puju Nara Momo Visirai Upishi Nara Muru Kanali Baragis Vahabushan Bushan number book Bernice Nishan Rurus Purus Valatis Sarukana Sarvata Sarani Swaha Short Conscious Boso Blowings Vaha Daisy Shibosom some churches as Vaha Tatabos Namas Matabaram Kurura Baba Tadin Tadin Swaha Sinjin Conscious Boso Vaja Darmati Bato Conscious Boso Manda Baba Humpats Baha George Mankaji Boso Umhakurun Kai Baha Jondai Kaji Boso Karikori Kurdis Baha Nordin Kanji Boso Parmeser Malay Vala Home Kungor Sata Pashara Sarva Hunya Borsa Rom di Shuta Vijaris Vaha Bosom Samyas Vam Monjo Boso Manamakem Maroku Boso Matres Vaha Jus or Boso Haha Vesmaris Vaha Kukor Boso Sunamar Kasigor Bari Omalika Bali Boris Vaha Nikor Boso Namli Dotis Vaha Kukor Boso Kandrabaris Vaha Portulman Namas Matapasanam Kanamorosanas Hotel Home Trata who Sanse my home soon Barnation Bahum Pajara Home Kundari my om after whom file title whom my own tricala lupa whom comes Waha Kongoriash my own Vajarayak whom my is in my own Maro Boshri some for Sat Vaja whom Pamu Kuchaku my own Aurora comes Waha some Bo Kochin on Kumbai Swaha Konkor Song Konkor and Bojara Rooms Waha Sinichi Doji Chanasi Swaji Kutum Rasa Rat Parmalana Swaha so short-term virudaki activities was homocultural virupaxaring activities was so motorum visurvaris was benzaitenum satisfatis was taikukutrum mahal kalaris was kichijutrum mahal isris was carry time on the rumaliaritis was dakin tenomrias was marishitenomaris was tashungi tenomricums was Omam Brahmar Harnam Serari Brahmim Parnum Virmarari Vermahi Aranya Garbari Adir Maitano Brahma Prachudarum Chaturum Kari Virmai Misru Adir Maitano Brahma Prachudair Omem Him Shrim Som Klim Shor Sharakam Brahma Brahma Jardam Pratarmam Purusha Devi Mara Purusho Viravaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Dhammaswa Swara Guru Saksha Param Brahma Rashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usagna Pepker Petiam Pepino Horror Film Ken Bosa Kisu Tunazor Korea Papa Pastry Taraturum Stefarum the second American music through to Merati Barto for Ru Carpiushi Keru Nekanu Karametiana to Pepsara Keru Neberushi Keriu Nebuin Nebetim Timsipura Yamaba Autoriki Nepol Nehem Neferches or Tapan Charabu Trumprem Tor Turosir Bosi for Didi and Rinning Turfing and Turmota Magis Super Gotor Itermen Heddermonski Lodronski Björk Kartoffer for the teen regera frig ver trigis en gessi kasher teg vir tal verteg montrum veel de go frodig varuvin we garviskar vir sergi revo sun skor ver livskor skerfi sermin germin skerfi no for joren koring kozen korolski or neighbor frindi Svidorji die 3 York neer slipner Evergel meer svo controfium fimotius literariis reg op de vuren worspjörni voor naimer in korken go gepjer meer ogel meer och durmi borde bäst ortin ville ve sur mongamberge meer Ostri vesti nordri sudri mid corasa tor norfi nag fori or nori oterlinga certesker faxeri faximindi ferri lunesor vokos vins björki sjerni verfing skor fjör rotni rovi sidi on vir dar borglad shemfjörn go Mozortni dorri nar nieti nordri sudri ostri vestri athio vorblin Nornai nerving dain before bofor bombor nori ori o norwoin morbid near vi gardo vindo forin kili fundin veli troin lake vir neon rak ratzin tropner torfari hor hogsroi herlet groin Dori ori tufon vori hitti fili vor siri over lu for skirpi vir Scarfi nei arfingi erkin skerti fu frosti fingi et nor Jagdrasir vir dandi stor brida rikri near ring briog var skrifir skerri arfe merring benspre Brasfredis vas for verlorni mins bo vasaras ni rutin frig lorti Avinaya Parniya Vishnuda Maria Manasa Maria Visayama Gorsha Narmurta Daryam Vistaraya Taraya Samsara Sagar Tara Divyar Hurni Makarande Parimalaka Borsarande Suripati Para Verde Baba Baria Cherde Varna Sharyapi Bera Pagama Natatava Hamna Mamakina Dasvam Samudro Itaranga Gvar Karna Samudro Nataranga Utara Nargabi Nadu Jalanu Kula Mir Tramitra Sartras de Truste Bavartina Bavarti Bavataras Kartar Matsar Diar Diavrat Rai Ravatavarta Sarta Vasurtam Parames Vara Palipario Bavarta Baba Babeto Hamda Modara Guna Mandera Sundara Varanda Viranta Govinda Baba Jalada Matala Mandara Paramam Darama Parayat Bametana Yana Karuna Maria Saranam Karavarni Taborgo Corona Liti Sarpari Maria Varana Saroja Saravasotu Iti Srimat Paraman Sampari Prajakarasya Sri Govinda Bhagavarta Bhuja Parasisya Sri Machakara Gabavarta Kurtosar Paristutram Sambornam Om Kumaradananda Sri Raja Rodana Suvaradana Lakshmi Priyatan Modana Danyo Danika Priyo Daksino Daminda Rata Daya Varonto Daira Varata Divya Laksana Sampanundina Raja Dana Rasarka Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Danya Lakshmi Virajita Dana Rupa Dharma Puri Dana Samana Sono Sarga Niri Swaru Nira Lambo Niri Nampari Pelakadi Antara Kunar Kunakana Niskarmo Niru Parava Nava Samaraju Navasaka Paravartaka Menchke Radhatisa Mahaguna Karan Virta Yashiniko Yashra Sarkta Yashara Buyar Chara Sarkar Raja Kandro Ramar Disoram Jargo Raja Bojira Tabisi Travar Sara Satyar Viyar Gambarda Maranasa Vijayo Vimalo Vardio Vanduru Janava Sala Veru Magza Preya Tarbo Beragi Visvotor Buka Save Viato Sarananda Sarva Saki Samarvita Samantarata Samya Sarva Dana Yalarka Suprita Surava Surma Sarva Kaliatu Darta Samagana Priya Saksana Vibharava Sri Varajita Sasvahara Sabritu Akilanda Pravaraka Asvaharna Sabritu Akilanda Pravatara Vyorkana Sambritam Tasvarat Priya Ala Kampona Mas Vasya Kana Vivarchirtu Dardu Pierdu Dharma Vera Pavuna Varaharna Kinora Suvisurvana Kako Pavartarka Stalakshmi Samaryuta Vyarto Malavigra Lokoraju Lokobalu Lokovarnu Sulasana Sulabar Sulbare Surusinkarana Priya Sarta Sutano Kuro Peta Susvarta Surana Vikarha Sarva Kamarshu Sumarti Sarvere Varkanar Karkas and Kanastara Daras Rema Param Jorati Parpara Samarikuro Sampara Soronyu Dinava Sarla Parobagari Babada Rudia Sanni Bhat Tarantas Sarvarikuno Perata Surendra Salve Barava Disperato Betar Bariara Tatar Xolata Prater Kalia Praset Surtem Susar Birved and La Pravnoti Purusha Sridam Devendran Snib Nibharmi Tisri Kubera Stor Tram Om Yaksharia Kuberea Visravani Yadana Danya Dipataria Dana Danya Samri Der Mer De Itaparias Waha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Varishvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kumberaya Shtalakshmi Mamagriya Dadam Puraya Pariya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Hrim Yakshaya Kuberia Vishravariya Danaga Karshanariya Sarvaluka Vasekarariya Danadanya Dipadaya Danadanya Samuderme Dari Tapari Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumaraya Namaha Om Yakshaya Orajariya Virmariya Kirasariya Derbahi Tarakubare Prachodayar Sikia Kapasiana Kapasi Linger Kapasi Lingarana Kapasi Gugi Makambra Zikia Kapasiana Kapa Zikia Kapasiana Kapasi Linger Kapasi Lingarana Kamaga Kumashkarzana Zikia Kapasiana Kapa Zikia Kapasiana Kapasi Linger Kapasi Lingarana Kapa Lugalab the board I can go Zikia Kapasiana Kapa Namo Om Namo Hum Trakararan Gumakatan Troya Sorbanya Gosani Samantha Brahma Saraswati Sharari Shiva Vishnu Bharava Rakadambi Om Sumbani Surba Om Vajra Om Shrim Him Glom Karbataya Varava Rosa Vaja Janme Vasha Mara Yeswa That Voshu Shari Virmaya Bakarundaria Did Mahitano Dandi Prajare Om Shanti Om Ganari Yaksaya Tamam Karpataya Tamam Numbura Rama Om ring 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 om karadaya vetama maravakradari adi magitani danda danti prajurayat Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholili Asha Asha Mani Asha Sarva Sutram Samara Samaraksha Malabam Guru Guru Dushugra Hamum Patsvaha Arunam Karuna Tarangi Trakshin to Tapashan Kusha Pushpa Bara Chapa Mari Bira Barudrag Maikara Hamedieva Baba Baba Nim Shri Shri Maragni Shri Marsine Shaneshwari Chidani Kurasumbuti Devukari Suburia Tura Baru Sarasra Pachatur Baro Shara Sharaga Sharupa Pishakuran Kuno Kushvala Roba Kirshu Kolanda Bachatar Matrasa Ekadija Rona Prabhapura Baja Prabhunda Mandala Chanpaka Shogal Purvaka Shorakartika Laskacha Koro Nina Manishin Kanutera Bandita, having the Ribaras, Loikishala, Serabit, Mukachan, the Kumamlu Kana, Divishi Shakavaranas, Mandak, Magalia, Gruatron, Chelik, Lakshmi Baribaha, Chalan Minabha, Lo Charda, Navachampaka Pushpanana, Sadanda Verajeta, Karita, Skarinas, Parabasura, Karamba Manchari, Klupe, Karapura, Manohara, Trekagi, Ugali, Buta, Tabana, Dupa, Mandala, Parmalaga, Shela, Dasha, Paribavi, Kapalupo, Nava Vidruma, Bamashina, Karira, Charha, Video Goma, Sri Pitragamantus, Kishapa, Pramare, Siprati, Chan, Sri Pitraka, the Vatu, Svaha, Saki, Parkila, Sri Pitra, Prijatam, Chapaveni, Ugare, Sari, Nancy, Gumia, Sabaramara, Serram, Hasara, Siprati, Chanda, Senama, Sri Pitraka, Naman, Edion Bijari, Yarnama, Guisva, Sakari, Yarnama, Pari, Kari, Yarnama, Napoli, Yoga, Yarnama, Saming, Diaris, and Nancy, Visibium, Namarin, Jajani, Biam, Namarikan, Maribiam, Namara, Amanami, Biam, Nama, became scanning Gerapam, Nama, Conquer, Star Prasabiam, Nama, Idikaranias, Chroma, Yarnama, Harim, Supersivas, Kaya, Pasaram, Kabakayum, Nimtri, Pasor, Chromas, Raya, Disseminating Nes, Popes, Romer, Digbaniam, the Brigade, David Scottish for the Pinning Dipati, David Baras, coming Pump, Yamiga, Karam, some Pumping, Amaksamiki, Push by Jamiam, by Parmiga, Dumam, Krapi, Rami, Ramayamiki, Dharmasan, Hamam, Dharmika, Yam, Taman, Viera, Mevariam, Dami, some so Miki, Bara, Pajam, some Pami, Chapamala, Mantoma, Maria, Sora, Matu, Pinning, the Barkisanias, Tani, City, the Baba, Guru Mantrom, Sita, Guru Presido, Matasi, the Matrom, from Rimam, Treke. Ahime he avasai rimdum gram crimomas va hasaranganis chroma dai yartama rims basas vam zakai vasram kapayum nim three vasor chromas rapidi singing is books rear digvi mogadanam de rema david is caris for the pin but the day but coming bujam the make guns mom samagi papish by jami mom by van make do to bottom karapri yam nam nam make yam there the sami pom that make yam terman beer yam never yami some maki so bukara Pujam Samarpam, Viet Yop, 3 Pom Konas, Mankotapam, Japam Sire, Papatu Devi, Prasalami, Sirajapam, Talamantrum, Umpam Malay, Savara, Mapriti, the Subaba, Pum Subabam, Kurushi, Mepatra, Yasovira, Degi, Omring City, Namaha. Ingen in Helgrind Hogno, Nazi Cotras, Ardia, Bamra, Joto, Suso, Salty, Umat, Reis, Scarton to Meorap, Martirski, Prepa, Pira Egypt, Bibar, Keller, Hegar, Kendir, Merki, of Magni, Marco, Heim Deli, Verdi, Furbo, Art, Vertiger, Force, Spiritual, Fear, Bors, Force, Mark, Morn, Journal of War, of Warna, Bors, for Boom, Make for View. Near Markheimer, near Bean Marweb, Ran, Pure More, Narban, or was Arda, Borsiamir, Big B, Bossos, and their Nesir, Nesver, Nur, in near George Pons, Erneva, Neompe Mingapas, Kununga, and Vasaverki, Barbaros, near Barspoma, via Baro, Dears, Abbe, Gorme, Reds, Corpus, or Scaran, Soran, Serna. Baspos krum loki sorbab soran sare marna rendi orkum hom hemjorbo soran visi abor sardi arti karturs nurkom mirchor no kono gofum mordin herjob ni dan karndon o kompon kom terjo to sar aper free baros or kom pro wafral pro opus mi pro at the dalbo motangas ko torgo pro tertu i torner tertio bo kru for blame vetergies for torgori ons where work more borsa merjo more short shots and timing kunjun kulo for solely getting on copa park coach kever scary for good short of skip show brims of free or wayne solution pars more source motor of brim for go reno nor brain and can more come corbo vergo jorgo service range and be one wall Pero Korea bor vikinga nior especer der mers for orgi better smegno bolongo apa nori noro krum. Daarna prem gabres from Latin Garium Rembres, Pravden Barden Embres, Emerald Oka Terra Bella, Turk Moga Chela Pera, Big Sopnis that the Turunten and Tertun Pregaterono Terma Twin Turns and Turus Ring War for Resources, as our fair national monochrome, Brolun, comfort. All for a twin to run doors or run doors or ring for ring was also rest at separate two fair Chlen monochrome or moon or rose or rose or week or week predor vir oros oros corsin difficilia trudus troicrum permanis nesirpentos curis virdi violentus solantulis ipse corriendum serpens services tertnavis coris non difficilia sere possibile vostre vesticarte dominis ne potens exercere tavernus dominatorium en quis mardo omnis victoria constitet omne bellum contritor Pro corpus merde visio verdum femens tome gel posreo delor tetrus magnificentis arvarin macum hel arvarin cum hel arvarin mac Draco frog varmi trax cum saxum saxorum in versum mortum ruminata buldum quertum triconis nindrum Ornindur nirtimmongo shardena shartrumuku sharmukso mazamuzara sharmozero neonotrukus vaspatutus vildenvel osikunushilainu shiti kunu orsimorsitum kalutum kutumtum osipararitum abritumum nabritum ashashu kashaptu kashapiarni helini tumu brardi eli yau estari yau sisu eli meri yau mruas arnoku indi kuala Salulu shau raku matarda lupi yau pur pipi yau prusu memorstiti yau martu erlino wuzir durti zirdi izizadmi alwan porti shimara barbi dina laki limda ku salam kasati yau kasati yai shari pishi yau mustepishi ya ismasarati shanmushi lipshuru shishali muti pijelu saruli shamnu shalu abdu shari bru Yara marge murti yai kimais arubuli arar truk shari pusu Hishpiki mara ardili sharamiki shurusha puru epetur shar shuruku kolamartusha manasari nagi biri bu yarari mushir tu sermani ya na pagrita kira jupira sermani ya na pagrita kira jupira sermani ya iri yara pagri tushni ladu pira sermani ini ishti pagri tushni ladu pira sermani ki max pagrita Kira tu bira semani ya na kurkurari da kira tu bira semani ya na gari da zaru bira semani na kupari tu sini lalu bira semani ya inabi shadori da zaru bira semani ya na gishpara kira tu bira siningening giane kabaziningening giane kabaziningening lolen kabaziningening lolen kabaziningening kurkuring kabaziningening kurkuring kabaziningening da shori ma kabaziningening da shori kapal Siningen dula sa kapazinin dula sa kapazinin dula kapazinin kordiala kapazinin meshara kapazinin madin kerla ke kapa singinin madin kenin lola ke kapazinin gish masak badari darden boler makapa sinigar barbodor kar der kording nege kapazinin kenin degari dingaran lura yaran surgurna katar karne nekapa Siningara Baziling Kerki, Kabaziling Garu, Kabaziling and a book, Kabaziling Garishtar, Kabaziling Garishamashu, Kabaziling and a court, Kabaziling Garamadu, Kabaziling and in Libador, Kabaziling Gariki, sitting at Anunaki, Kabaziling and in Lola Korari, Kabaziling and in Lola Korkoreki, Kabaziling and in Bipila, Sharaki, Kabaziling and in Korkareki, Shining Barbaragi, Kamba, sitting there and running Kerkal and Kipakal, move. Uruk Zulala Zulidim Zulmula Zuling Zumas Kim Zuziana Kambaziki Kambaziling in Lalo Korkorgan Kambaziling in learning Korkorek Kambaziling in Bila Shariki Kambaziling in Kor Laker Garage Kapaziling in Nuna Dinger Galene Kapa Zilingir Nara Kampaziling Gerki Kapapa Parara Termatara Papa Parara Tegger Zagara Zagbi Morna Tadam Tarigara Zibir Morna Tado Dugzur Gurbi Morna Tada Zugur Gabi Morna Tadikim Zuri Bi Morna Tadikara Zuri Garabi Morna Tading Garzuri Garbi Morna Tedi Marabi and Rashbi Arbara Bara Biarish Kashati Arti Baluka Shatu Shatu Yordi. I agree by Yarnamum of Visnar, Veramum Kisvari, Yaramum Bershirani, Yaramum Kupinari, Yaramum Pedakari, Yaramum Visnar, Veramum Visumbarari, Yaramum Harari, Yaramum Hararika, Yaramum Savi Sarari, Yanama Savadari, Yaramum Saratari, Yanamum Mandaradari, Yaramum Nerekarari, Yanamum Neresayar, Nama Ner Pravare Yarnamom Neranjanaria Namom Niskarankaria Namom Nito Sararia Nam Neramaria Namom Serana Maria Yartama Saxina Namom Saranya Yartamom Saravara Capararia Namahom Suremata Namolokatri Saria Namom Sivaria Namom Kisavara Pararia Nama Verarate Namo Veravaria Namo Veravaria Yartamom Paratari Panaria Paniartre Namom Pinyar Tamom Penicataria Nama para Pararia Namom para Marte Namom para Smart Namom para Saria Namom para Caria Namom Pararia Namom Saravera Marcaria Namom Perusar Namom Veravareca para Caria Namaha Sacolor Parisvari Yarnamom Niscalaria Namom Savres Carate Namaha Mascalamara Staria Namom para Pararia Namom para Naporusaria Namom Sosaria Namom Sodan Gayartama Paramesvararia Namom Santaria Namom Dantaria Namom Jituraria Namom Jitametraia Namom Jagamaria Yartamom Jamavartaria Nama Jivaria Namom Jadaya Yartamom Jadiana Sana Yartamom Javapriya Yartamom Javastuya Yartamom Javakarta Namom Prikarta Namom Vivaramom Vimalia Nama Visvaruparia Namom Visvarakaperta Namom Virustaria Namom Virasrastuya Yartamom Yatama Sakapri Artamom Saray Pradaria Surdi Maria Sray Sarpataria Visvararia Sataria Mona Taruparia Pradaria Prita Pataria Movataria Movataria Taruparia Namom Savrasasena Namum Tabararia Namom Jana Sakaria Nam Janin and Namam Pranaka Rasamparia Nama Jonadaria Wataparia Namum Yogina Namum Yogi Saria Namum Sarmadaria Namum Maria Kiarna Namam Sanin and Nama Saria Sarnamom Saria Pramaham Saria Viskup Trenamom Viraja Namom Surasvati Karasaka Saria Nama Jaramada Bala Shurtaria Namadi Mataritaria Nam Home Service Garas Vararia Nam Prada Vorkotia Ruparia Nama Vera Karar Karmarte Nama Iti Sri Hayagriva Sutara Satana Mavali Mananataya Tamom Saya Moma Garaya Namom Kulipgaraya Namomi Vikaramaria Momani Sitaria Moma Sarapatia Namom Verakarbaria Nama Vishnu Priya Namom Verasuya Namom Vita Mararia Namom Vistararia Namom Safari Yamanaha Sadru Sidaria Namom Saparamandi Daria Namahom Markatu Darin and Namom Kararia Namokara Supana Yarnamom Sudaria Yartamahom Bagaru Paria Namobaria Yartamom Bazukaria Namom Varabararia Nama Umbarakaria Namom Sarani Yartamom Barsudani Yartamom Barabasitaria Namom Barasavaritina Namom Romani Yartamom Baraparia Nama Undapikararia Dada Yanam Kesaparamashan Koloparia Namum Yugaraparia Namum Yugararia Namum Vispantaria Namura Wataria Namuricas Reberia Yatama Visumbaria Namum Sakaparani Yanamum Sakapararia Namum Sambaria Yatam Saranari Yanamum Brekasara Sanamum Paranasara Yanama Pramadaria Namum Bracandaria Namum Bracandaria Namore Visaria Namum Braviscaria Namum Brasara Sanamum Brekupatana Yatama Bibi Flararia Namum Sicaria Namum Locally Saria Namum Sivaria Namum Beravia Yartam Panaria Namum Punya Yartam Home Punya Cataria Namum Parasaria Namum Paracaria Namum Niscalaria Namum Brapararia Nama Katkotaria Namum Saria Namum Santaria Namum Tantaria Namum Nita Tam de Anamaha Savar Pujaya Namum Savakararia Namum Nerasaraya Namum Neranjanaya Namum Vataria Namum Saranya Namum Savadaya Karia Namum Danajaya Namum Victoria Namum Paria Nama Maharani Saraya Namum Kalari Namum Balaria Namum Brava Karina Namum Sakaranda Kararia Namum Jitu Kotaya Nama Jivaria Namum Jadaya Namum Jopapriya Namum Visvaru Paria Namum Vera Sataria Namum Vera Swan Sujaya Namaha Shraya Pradaria Namum Pranadaria Namum Vishnu Choparia Namum Gutaria Namum Gutararia Namum Rastraya Namaha Nam Pushaya Namum Bishangaya Namum Bayuruparia Namum Sari Supaya Namum Sakaluparia Mukarvis Mutaria Namum Valimbi Sarkaria Nama Shutramlia Karia Namum Karina Vibusania Namam Nagendraya Nama Iti Srinagar Davarta Sutara Santan Namavali Nashor Kostanos Kurish May President Nos Governors Lansera Tulcharka Mosul Wortsian Sulachir San Calderas from Cheres Serangala Mes and Tror Gurtir the Sorstar Arneimanter Merchants Pure Nerm Arntier Tern for me dear Terne for Mad Chersur Turla Brave Bertus Mocher Cred to Dantro Gato Turinanterra Marxarn Spior Nerm Arthur Sargun Robert Tamen Ronian Yang Gumberachiar Tetian Moshul Sia Perachiar Moshul Nachi Perachiar Messer Mona Bjorde Sia Perachiar no more now Bjorde Midjar Narmsar Turtai Lasiar Surlay Churliar Field Jormearlay Arn Herches Daddy Buler New Corner zeer nur corcher zeer nur bersark zeer teer sur cerne keli cerne barna messa sur firis la saron morbi mars sur manati er der mes björ der cher cordia fjure vos fjur kjel da fjure ni ser da dur nere kror ser da kror Ferdinand Truren Kroner mer gos mer björner mer sjuren kurte husen bjuren bjurtur mer se domo så ser mater ter an magar husen spjörnor mer bernard nu rätt krore Lars narsjor mer ser gosor karsjor ne björnes fjärden gosmor bjuf Ruder Birtir Lier Ger Fury Nakuror Dergus Furner Sernar Sharon Fionor Ser Kursur Kars Jorne Bernes Lum Fern Karanchi Karlini Tatarva Pirna Sangita Karavo Muda Berinadi Vardana Kamala Svarlama Rupa Rama Sambu Brahmara Partikana Sita Paro Jagana Swaminayana Patikamami Babartume Borgesa Via Verum Sarasi Sir Percham Caritate Dukulam Netrata Saha Chakarakata Kam Veradarte Sarasurimat Vardana Varsar Tilila Parichario Chiganaswami Nayan Patikami Babartume Mahabor Destiarte Karakarur Chierde Nilasicar de Vasan Prasadanta Saharja Padrena Palena Subhadra Madhyasta Sala Kasora Seva Vasaratu Jaganaswamina Pakami Babartume Kurba Pravasara Jala Jalarda Srinor Cherdora Mavari Ramaspora Rarada Mala Pankoru Harbul Kar Sorendrandradia Srutigana Zerika Geta Jarito Jaganaswamina Patikami Babartume Ratarudro Gachan Partibirta Bordeva partale stuti pratur barvam pratipara mokaran ya sadar ya dasertur da barna sakala jagata sindustaria jagana swami nen kami bavartume para pramapi arda kuvala ya dalo hulana yorni varsini rumi tacharan naranta sarasi rasandurata sarasa vapo Ralingar Sako Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Narve Yarche Rajamnath Charkarkar Marinki Vipavar Yam Nayarche Yarham Ramyam Nikila Jarai Karyam Varudar Vardum Sarakale Kale Prathar Partir Nagiti Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Ratvam Samsarandrutara Ramarsaram Surapate Haratvam Paparadam Vititarmiar Param Yara Vaparte Ahodinan Tarni Hita Charan Nonischitar Mertam Jaganaswamina in a Patkami Pavartume Jaganastar Kapunyamia Parte Prayarta Susir Sarvar Paratisonar Mavisonora Kamisarga Charti Matsankara Chara Vira Chitam Jaganastakam Sampurnam Brahmorari Sorachita Lingum near Malabasita Sorpi Palingum Jan Matadurga Vena Sarkazena Vena Sana Lingum Tak Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Muni Pravarchita Lingum Kamadana Karunakar Lingum Ravana Tarpa Vena Sana Lingum Tak Pramami Sarasiva Lingum Sarvasugana Sula Pading Lingum Orbis vivarlara karana lingum sira sora sora vardita lingum tap pranamami sara siva lingum kanaka mahamani busita lingum fani pari vestita subita lingum taksasa syora shravira sana lingum tap pranamami sarasiva lingum kun kuma chandana lapida lingum pankaja karada so pita lingum sanchita papavena sana lingum ta pranamami sarasiva lingum devagara shita sevita lingum bavayra bhakya reva chalingum dina karakuri parakar lingum ta pranamami sarasiva lingum asatalu parivestita lingum sarvasamur bhavaskarana lingum asadari adravira sana lingum ta pranamami sarasiva lingum sura guru sura varatujita lingum sura vana pushpa sura chita lingum para bam para makaveringam ta pranamami sarasiva lingum linga kami punyam ya patasiva saredo siva lokama notise vira samurate nataraja natana sundara nataraja jai shiva shankara nataraja kandamba kardan priyam sirambaya viharinam marabakum fites vardim balalona surkam saram barka marga hardarnam saram tu varidaram Haram Bhoja Jaga Goram Siram Param Viva Varye Samasta Bhakta Bhosanas Vahasava Dakara Karnam Prasatar Kardivi Parvam Nerasarja Jarapardam Kasatar Mutisar Harnam Sirastar Kandramandar Lam Haram Bhoja Jaga Goram Siram Param Viva Varye Jarakarita Mare Tam Nitalalo Kalam Vertam Parakter Sadiktartam Partraka Paranka Parnam Natarga Parvabaran Viernam Kutara Pasadarenam Haram Bhuja Jaga Karam Siram Baram Viva Varye Karanga Sabaso Pirtam Siram Karajan Narsitam Parangana Vikara Ram Verangara Garanjiratam Karangara Tana Sarkam Taranga Mitaka Karmam Haram Bhuja Jaga Karam Siram Baram Viva Varye Amanda Barya Bhajanam Sumana Hasasan Murukam Sumanda Manda Gameni Garindra Karakyatarvam Samarmdamam Daldurta Mamandari Yarta Marmano Horombuja Jaga Gorom Siram Baram Beva Varya Karindra Karmama Swarsam Garindra Kapalar Dirdam Surendram Rikya Pujedam Kagendra Vaharam Priyam Ahedra Busar Nojvalam Nagenrojva Vilam Sernam Harambuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Vibavar Ye Malapaharini Tarte Saravila Sakarinam Pararisa Prapanjarnam Lala Marupalokaram Rasa Panindra Harinam Javala Trisula Darinam Harambuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Vibavar Ye Sasankar Barno Vihotra Varjita Trulukarnar Visalavar Sasasam Surekarba Surandar Manitam Digambaru Sarvada Pararam Daradat Virtam Haram Bhuja Jaga Guram Siram Baram Vivarye Saranan Taranga Sachano Kavapar San Garek Sarne Marandar Yuta Dorajan Lisik Sarne Vikasara Siram Barkyar Sakorus Parupan Merya Butane Sarasivo Verajarde Saramara Narvirto Hora Saram Barkia Sagoru Rinam Saravela Sernam Murala Geranti Yasa Korsaru Pamaram Masakam Saravasa Taralaya Hari Priyar Tarar Lane Vira Priya Katniskala Jaga Gurura Harvirita Priya Iri Sri Sarambara Panka Kamara Stur Tram Om Sharavara Babaryat Namaha Om Taposhari Yevermahe Mahasenarya Dermahita Nuskarna Praturaya Skandarya Karkeria Pravarti Priya Rananda Narya Chamahardev Varkamaragya Subramamyayarten Namaha. Agasio Varcha Namostu Bandarak Barda Vrdaya Parara Vindarya Sur Dharkaraya Sarana Narya Mita Vikramarya Gari Hardar Saurbur Bavarya Namostu Turpiam Pranaktatri Hantrega Tres Samastarsian Mardura Tarnam Tatre Rathardam Paratara Kasya Hantre Prakaranda Soratare Kasya Amutamurtaria Sahasramurtaria Cornaria Ganaya Parapararia 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 Namostu Turbiam Siki Baharnaria, Namostu Te Brahmavertam Varaya Digambararyam Parasam Stititaria, Haranya Varanaria, Haranya Barvaria, Namo Haranyar, Heranya Rata Setapa, Svaruparya Taputararia, Papalanam Prati Parakarya, Sarakumaraya Himaramberne. Trinkrai svariar kiviara kiarne nama namostu turbiam sara jalbar nevi bu praparta soria runa tanta parn kartalie palaya kabala parakramaria san matruria manaya toraya mirhus tamor yotara mirhus enamo namo garar namararia ganaria namostu terjan marjara tikararia namo visikaria sorksarti paraya soravarsia Natasya Kumaria Karya Koron Kararia Tara Karamar Kararia Speria Gangia Kakarkia Seveya Dubium Saratar Namosturi Tishri Skande Mahapurane Kasikarne Parankavis Maratis Tarmodiari Yesri Karkia Starkam Skandu Vajayovis Varama Serra Karkeo Granda Nana Skanda Kumara Serneas Varmi Sankara Sanbaba Gangesia Starmar Kordaskar Brahma Kari Siki Raja Tarekari Roma Budra Kronkori Sasarana Sabdar Brahma Samudraskar Sita Sarsvartu Kuara Sara Kumoro Bargavan Bruga Musa Fala Prarta Sara Jarma Gara Deres Sar Porvarjor Multi Morke Kor Sarva Karma Prena Kana Varchi Prara Sarna Stavi Masar Tera Mani Mariari Pa Pate Praruse Sararu Yara Yuto Nuku Raga Prasparia Baver Maha Mantra Mayariti Maha Maharana Yorgan Mahaprasarna Mavarno Ninatran Karaya Vikarana Sri Rudi Yamala Prasha Vivarana Kyam Sri Makarikeya Sturtram Naradaru Varsha Pranaramya Sarasa Varam Gori Putram Vinyarkaram Bhatti Varsyam Smaran Tiri Yarm Yurs Karmar Saraser Ye Pratarmam Vakraturam Narum Charya Karataram Diveryar Kam Triteriam Krishna Peringaksaram Gajavar Tram Chaturtarkam Lambo Daram Pacharmam Chasatam Vikatam Merva Chasaptarma Vegatrajam Chadorara Varnam Tataslarmam Navamam Balachantram Charasaram Marn Tuvin Yargarham Egarasam Karibartim Varasam Chugarjararam Varasartarni Naramamin Trisardiam Yapatin Naranacha Narbiam Tasya Sorva Siri Garambaram Viriarte La Parte Veriam Dana Tila Parte Dana Nam Porarti La Parte Putron Muxarti La Parte Gati Pekana Paristotram Sarde Piramaser Palamabare Sampatsarana Sirin Chala Parte Natra Samsaya Astabio Pama Marviescha Ligirva Yasamor Pariyatasya Vidya Bhava Sarvagana Sasasyar Sarasarta Iti Srinara Porarne San Castanana Nasaram Namarganesta Utram Advaita Vastava Mayarte Pranamarjanarnam Samparanarya Dortamarna Marsi Marupam Praladapusana Ratam Prante Karavasyam Devarmural Kamarpi Gnavami Karpa Samudram Nata Janavar Kantava Prakasalasya Dergayama Sersnu Everburvatara Sersya Sambaralmi tam mahavisamum varksrovidaranam yaskakra haranam namo hantum saturapi karunarvidim narivapusam narvamamitam vislum ripu horyaserta raja sargor narman vesar sare mesarna Kora Jagare Darte Yasamyavande Pralat Pora Barya Vaniskarya Maham Pralardam Pranamarjana Partev Karvanti Divasardo Dhani Pralapara Pora Sitram Kurate Nama Mamiya Samarham Saradindu Karnavalam Kora Jala Privator Sora Disamkaranam Bojara Tavaryam Tara seva ratam prakavara mene morgana ruva pusaka saumio sankana kanartam praktikarusi bariasya korta baria torma berarkia prasideria dar samyor bur itu singin dari jaga guru Sri Sankara Davas Pivarna Vorksimar Barati Swarmi Bi Vera Situm Sri Nirasima Saptapam Jing Shin Shou Tai Xing Yin Bang Hưng Khuyên Kỳ Sư Phụ Miệng Bộ Miệng Hồ Sinh Duy Hồi Miệng Yin Chân Sinh Nan Ninh Sanh Hưng Ung Chu Phổ Bu Song Kinh Chừng Chi Chi Ru Lì Linh Jing Cô Sinh Chô Đăng Cô Rù Sư Chô Sinh Thu Hồi Chu Phin Xe Sinh Jing Đăng Tung Minh Dân Sinh Lô Kiar Chia Sinh Yer Kyo Lu Yer Wei Chen Ho Ben Ke Sinh Yen Jin Jin Sinh Dan Yer Lang Wo Tong Jin Shir Shen Lang Yer Do Kerchan Kurun Gigi Ruli Ling Jin Shin 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 Jor Ling Bjartin Jun Nan Wei Shin Jing Digi Huan Po Wu Jing Jordan Ming King Long Bai Wu Du Jing Fin Yun Jing Kwai Jordan Wu Shai Wei Wo Shin Jir Shi Ruli Ling Gan Du Di Shin Jo Yun Shi An Shin Po Wo War Ling Yoru Jordan Guardu Di Jir Ling Shol Shir Yorje Bore War Jing Quả sinh chân đố nhây quay sinh kinh gan phấn quay bể sổ ta tình thế sang dỗ mình số xe sang cho đi như đã đầu giọt nên đi dân kinh gian đi dân sổ tiền đi dân kinh kỳ bên sinh đông dùng chốn dù hằng lên tây giọt bé phèn quay sinh siêu vô dễ ren linh bộ phụ mình bố gồ chế thành gan bố ra na đồng càng ta sổ sòn sổ phụ dễ đô Ren Shar Wai Wan Cation Shen Shen Jo Wan Chi Yu Wen Chi Shong Yi Ban Ke Bang Yan Nan Yan Jing Wu Yu Bai Hai Chi Wen Mo Ban Shou Shou Shai Wei Wo Shun Shong Hui Zhou Shan Tao Hi Er Chong Kurun Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Wen Shen Shen Jar Ni Shen Wan Ke Ben Garn Wong John Wan Jer Jing Wu Shen Tong Shen Wei Nei Wei Wan Lu Yu Ru Zhu Fu Yu Jing Wen Zhu Hu Wu Xin Xi Xi Wu Zhen Ting Xi Bu Wen Bo Lo Den Di Yang Yu Chen Xin Zhu Ji Ban Xin Yu Quen Mang Xin Zai Shai Wei Wu Di Shai Wen Wen Xin Zhu Li Yi Xi Lei Teng Wei Yu Sáng Đăng Chẳng Wei Wang Xin Nè Yu Phi Li Lei Shai Yan Meng Tong Zhu Zhu Xer Yu Wu Chen Ting Zhen Quân Zhong Xuyên Fu Shen Ji Ji Ruli Ling Zhou Zhan Zhou Do Yu Zhen Zhou Zhen Jia Zhang Shuo Zher Zhou Ru Yu Lu Kun Di Kan Zhen Zhen Ling Zher Pan Zhen Pe Lei Lian Zhuan Ling Chen Guan Go Jing Ji Jiao Tan Ji Ji Ru Ling Zhuan Yu Zhou Yu Yaran Te Zhou Horje Che Chu Jar Zher Zharo Hu Shen Hu Fu Wu Fang Pai He Yer Zhong Jie Wu Yerin Jer Guang Ren and Bei Ne Shu Yi Yan Dong Zhong Chan Xi Shu Ling Fu Yor Chin Xiang Hong Zhao Rong Shen Wen Dan Fu Zhou Zhou Ki Yu Ming Ming Ki Wu Chen Ke Ning Ji Karen Chen Lo Ke Nika Fu Yo Yang Yo Lai Yor She Yaran Nam mô Phê La Đa Na Tô La Ye Ya Nam mô Wa Li Ya Polo Jeran Di So Bola Ya Porti Sadu Poli Ya Mo He Sadu Po Ye Mo He Jalur Ni Ya Ye On Sa Pola Fa Ye Suda Lo La Dar Ye Nam mô Ji Ji Li Do Ye Mengali Yer Polo Jiri Shi Pola Ling To Po Nam mô Lo La Jin Ji Ji Ri Mohe Podo Sharas Me Satu watatur so penkashiyun sa posato namo posardo namo pokemo fatetur najita rog apologi jur jardi jarjor diri chili mohe portisa dorbo sarpo sarpo mola mola moji moji lito nun julu julu jerming ludu lu fashe ti mohe fashe yedi to lato la lini shifola ye je la he je la mo pa mola mori li jidi ji shina shina ala shen fola shen li fashe she fashen Pola sheye hulu hulu mola hulu hulu jili shula jili shulu shulu puti ye putu ye mihiri li ye glola genchi di li senina po ye mona so po heno jili to yes o po hemo he to yes so po jito yu yi Shipola yes sopo la jinshi sopo he mola lola sopo he ji la singamu ke yes sopo mo he ya jitu yer sopo he ji la he jito yes sopo he boto he yer jil to yes sopo he lo la jinshi po ke la yes sopo he mobile Shing Shar La Ye Sopo Hena Mohe La La Do La Ye Yerna Mawali Ye Ulu Jerdi Shorpo La Ye Sopo He Ho Hong Jir Dan Dumandur Laba Toye Sopo He Bore Bolur Mido Jern Jingunji Jar Pusha Jing Shin Shin Bore Bolur Mido Jerjo Jan bu jor jer kon jor ye ke kor sherli jer yer bor ye kon bo yer she ji shi kon ji shi she sho jeng jing shi yi furu sher shi shu fa kong jong bur sheng bu me bu gor bur jeng不行不相信，不相空，中无邪，无受伤，心心细，无呀那比些心意，无些心将为出发，无人间内是无意是无名亦无名，哪里是无流是无流，心间无有苦。Jerry Meredor, Wuji, Wureir, Wujoder, Kupurtisaru, Ibarebolor, Midur, Gorginu, Pari, Urkari, Arku, Uyongbo, Yarli, Dandor, Menjang, Jering, Yer, Paran, Sanshiju, Foyi, Borebolo, Midur, Gorderano, Dolor Samian San Portisigur Girbore Bolor Midor Sherda Shinjor Shira Mingjo Shiwu Shang Jor Shi Wodeng Deng Jo Meng Churi Kujin Shi Bo Jor Kushor Bore Bolo Mindor Jor Jer Shor Jor Yor Jer Dir Boror Jer Di Bolo Senjardir Portisal por he nan mo foto yer nan mo da mo ye nan mo sinke yer nan mo kunshi shamo he shajora bajenjer daji to anjor jer la pahdi shendur morni mo her boning miru lulu di she jajor la hajer li shaye hong ba she he an bota mor shendur morni shola hong gan balar to bonar di hong namo san bando tunan ma boladi hedur sherlo sang nanda jir to an kerji hong hong ru wala rwa bola ruwala, disecha, jishili, jishisho, shopuja, shantija, shili, showahena, moputu yena, motamo yena, mosinkie ye, anjiti hululu, jidilu, jili boli, jili pojida, libulu, li sho. Wahena mobage wari abala ma mirda yuri alna sorbini jir dardur derjo la je yada da gerda ye ana herdi sanyan san buddha yena dar niyatar sali pasang sikeli bali sudah dalam madi kegana sang mau gerdi Shabawa Bishuri Mahena Yabali Wali Suhena Moboker Vardi Pisharshe Julu Berlurli Bolapo Hela She Yadatu Jedurye Ala Heri Sanmyo Sanbotu Yadaji Tohong Pishashi Sanmo Jadi Sho Heong Mani Bai Meong Magani Yanarje Jura Baragajer Tejera Zuer Dali Gesa Orbu Wartabo Irishir Tagena Bulanana Burli Jude Barnalu Maluji Shulaye Suhe Ali Poli Purdi Jure Cure Herdi tu Lorni di Lini Herladar Birli Nidi mohe kiala dia jen linkan di namo her mi doriu o ye to kier do yer do dia to armi li tu por piar mi lor dorsi jarn por piar mi lor di piar jar yarni li tur piar jar yan de kier mi que noji dorjar jili show puher namo futu nanmo damo nanmo sinkia namo shili moher dibi yarani yatu borli futu jeli san mantu da sherni mohepi hello ker di san mantu jor boli di pulino alinona do mordi Mohebi Gori, Beri Mohemia Lerdi, Lobo Senkiadi, Giri Gishinkia Gigerdi, San Mantuatu Wanopulurni, Jotin Yanya Reershang, Puhatin Chunleur, Yo, Wotong Shorn Sir, Yo Shorn Shur, Yoshen Min Kiern, the you over the you wearing Ching Orwan Wu. Euro where ye fulu so xian yo am ha lung xing shi shen yi shi vi chen yin yin nang lang fu shi vi shan yan hingli ching chu yar ming wu nai Ate he yar yor gichi mani tu koko miki somo poko wa Arte he yayo gichi mari tu go miki somo pogo wa o ki waning sista mixtar ki he yo tarna he arne he yo te yar torabi ai kina he yo tarbi ai kina he yo te ato har bi won kina hini yo te yar to har bi won kina hini yo ya hi yu ni ba hu hi yu ni ba hi yu ni ba hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na he ne na hi ya hi na hi ne na ra hi yu ni ba hu ya hi yu ni ba hi ya he ne na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swa vira kini hini swa vira kini ni duwi na ho hu ni duwi ni na no ho hu Warasina no hu warasina no hu ni himasi asi ni himasi asi Om Nari Yadavid Mahe Vasudevriya Dir Mahitano Vishnu Prachudaya Dom Devakara Darya Vidmahe Vasudevriya Dir Mahitara Krishna Prachudaya Tat Porshari Mahe Sasurakshari Baha Debari Adir Mahitano Ruda Prachunayat, Karandari Mahe Vargatundari Adir Mahitano Dadi Prachunayat, Kariyan Gai Mahe Kania Markar Yad Dir Mahitano Durka Prachunayat, Pagdevi Gai Chabin Mahe Kamarajari Adir Mahitano Devi Prachunayat, Mahadevi Gai Chabin Mahe Vishnu Bharatni Gai Char Dir Mahil Nano Lakshmi Prachunayat, on junior sessionen tentando tertanti marslam ser tre bartori moro contier tres salutum torrentier search torna tarsidam torranternem chorder beser fum chori irreglas reser loring Nernaskar morchur orsien dortias nimti baskur vaser Olmjörnir morni narbor narbar beamsterdam dori stervin runi vortir morretro sortir morretro mortir morni berla mollerchnium tibas porrech vortir tor morterchnium bragbana ter dorchlinan dorm dorglas na dur dorchlinim len dor Tjorna kurre bara kurre brodon ti orchernam sierte olrigernam njorde ormjornir ser la konoter mena sierte fubrineri bjoris ni bertir mor charn del dun det orgelo melon surchter melia lor moram sen merner robot jatter serte brer Cert dere barn ler kotar gorkur morlesa roberatin spiritual noib form sartorbenea saluster hirue saluster damanes luster parnas luster damanes luster krishna luster damanes luster tuas luster supo papalum turm damane benedictu. Wow. Arte heye ya yo arte heye ya yo arte heye lo need to me shila when you get a kick it ya yo need to me shila when you get a kick it ya yo arte heye yo nita kuya when you get a kick it ya yo nita kuya when you get a kick it ya yo arte heye lo min ching shi nan pe mayor se arte heye lo inichika kete arte heyelo charol pawanchi charupi arte heyelo chayarni pierketa charani pierketa arte heyelo he tuerche or charni ho he her tuerche or chari ho ke kire charia he ho ko kire chaya he ho arte heyelo arte heyelo Wanayar money tanka one money yet arte heyelo lecho mi yo kanin ketelo yo lecho mi yo kan ketelo yo takumaka ichaga hena mita wario yo takumaka ichaga hena mita waria lo yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo min ching chi te wakila che ya min chi te wakila che ye o ya te ya ini chagar piakata che ye o ya te ya ini chagar piakata che ye arte ye yellow arte ye yellow har ye ya yo ha ye ya yo Milakin hiumi chinchiyana milakin hiumi chichiyana waka blakete ye waka blaketa ye unchi hey yellow yo unchi hey yellow yo puya chini wasta waka ginkete puya chini wasta waka ginkete unchi hey yellow yo unchi hey yellow yo la hey ya la hey ya hey kangi o ya te ye cha ya bon wello kangi ya o te ye cha ya o wello ni ya te ye he you well ya te you where one bali galeshka one yani hi you we one bali galeshka one yani hi you we miu kan kin one lucky ye miu kan kin one lucky ye henna one lucky henna one lucky hari ye ha ye ya re ye ya ye mi chingshi mi tawaya mi chingshi mi tawaya arte he uwe arte he uwelo arte he uwelo yani bigita ya uwelo yani bigita ya uwelo wasa wakin kitare ye wasa wakin kitare ye lechi ya boy lechi ya boy hey yellow arte hey yellow Artelena Makuwe Artelena Makuwe Perawan yan Makuwe Perawan yan Makuwe Aramakuwe ina heku mi sunkala che ya o mari mi sunkala che o mari ina heku wana sapiketa unchi razipa michuye unchi razipa michuye ate heyelo erkern yanka gali kern yanka gali wale chia wana sapiketa ke yara pilo wana chia wana sapiketa ke yara pilo wana kalipe kakali dio wana kalipe kakali arte heyelo mi wan mariaran kari mi yar wan mariaran ko kangi oyarte wan chan ku wankagar kuro kari oyarte wan chanku wagagelo yari pikete cha kula he yellow makasito maniano kia oyarte ukia wan bali oyarte wan hoshi yellow arte heyelo mago wan chaya ukia pero wan kinu kia perte kia kangi oyate wan hoshi yellow arte heyelo lena wakan gache arte heyelo gali kiran wakan garche arte heyelo chanon pa kin wagagarche arte heyelo mio kan kin chichuche arte heyelo ogali kini nyargi karta arte heyelo minchingshita hena kupiye ma Corche one warshe yar gali pikete arte wa lo warnari vicheshka artia warna vicheshka artia vihuta o mani o katana koyar Warkin kete Korean warkir kete arte michuya one michuya mi ahia was na watin kete ahia was na watin kete hanpa wachege te wakila lahe one bleni chale har yellow one bleni chala har yellow Tokiche one wingela kinkitek, Tokiche one wingela kinkite, ni hun kohelio, Warkanianinga kinkite, Wakanianinga kinkite, Changalishka, one lusaninga kinkite, Changalishka, one lusaninkate, one way garupo, one wari yargupo, Artehelo. Nishraiki sorne besu tin truas nujas kaprus arana mer push of kabukin jaror katem sekim neber umat kinja mi urun nebs go mari basharap karab sharam inesh varash sub the totem sutin minikinum not capresent problem nutrip nebu nebsukum tem the sharun a point or in buar the patsunu of ruin potent trusman malcha tori tros and neper marumu devnu tape kasan neprat to me shirt at put me hit about to that namari for the person of the taken up that by tata american war take do shop sing the mary abaruish some coming wasting he opportunity you to breme kutu sort of a room and out of pressure sherry of a salapati any sort of happy sort of happy ignoring cut the cob and romary corsake at the romarukuti a rotaman rise hara teferua heroin heroin out of petu heroin heru sara here tapio I give tag of caraptis manta better can organize mamor in the bits the name separam to all a carines or matu semenke to matu secundus in a rek better can do a suring to shooters caparam to do Then hui ari tinu minute number of can put a parade or singing in Bravo for some sets who of naked get Gabby said them with Dominic when has from better that or the northern Shizaraka to Shumers Ren pen of Tetchaters to Tatapu about Tikim toy or a mapu amukin that you of a boy bear have Saraki or a Susakim toy of an happy mute as a Basu cap a Serper Basu as in Rojas head. Para sabada shara tini erin si aku sabsa pakai sekarang cara meta tu tiku musiku sebelum sebelum miskapi kepada cara meta tu sambara harap sarap pepet setai kunu shima seperti am kabetu no horror di made benda semua perikam kes squashing kamera salam seku nama tingu tu turut benda mati ana beri karu shima karu dia karu nekin sor karu pasti harap sadai kamati orang tepat na berasa sadai na bubu na petem seperti mabu turki nem na pernah ko Sesuatu pada pet neba heb mahat heri tapatu ya method because when men do to pakabu she said sabka bu mar tomotoi so bu chu come and measure some going be shut those in the captain again the mesu na captain to can met to paramas su ja can just aratu ara 1018 of 30 set to names and ninis and any so draken and kori so jarakes and can kori poi jari Manikabu short nation in me at each and mutepati to abeco baba to eknu kitchen or bakum signapi ruis rapatatum signase gerti ignetet yorti one sectune comumpujo to exutan and quentum ni fus on a cake aratum tightening ni fu pony so takes yorti and atamani fu amentakas sanani fu wabu din ketanamahati in Japan and had touches and them hope that dip and nicotone mambaru drunk connect them to exactly to medium you can add it up never you admit to one pet Mahatara made up never one head that a break come down and has a connected minion the third petty and Jesus Mary who come hold them the portrait touch of the bum soil or make a body no size or a barcam put no mess into never them a caber contain manu resic never a tap of the rain doy but him usually never jack I come to quiz I am so someone to number eu seperti multap eu seperti multap tem poti masih poti tapi eu amat kecuali jam sentu mutek kontrol menu kena para menu menu nu sini apa menu itu nu amat sabarabi boy man di kepada nama tot mau tot ya tot kepada apa cara tu manu nu ke musik osmor hedek so ikut pete ara super kemenam tu ketempat kesuai sekarang kepada para menu tu kuap thara ang pada kertu amnek unup tam kiu Kubisur Puashik time or Kum to all two Nabri all summit to new in Pekmon who Naman a Mystic Barkaman soon per sex and that the deeds up the Pem Sakabranu Kara, Tarams and I think you walk a mile when I can them. Necessary to do it pretty new definite abu not to Gesu decent and Neki open and Neki au Taring at the ATM second met the term in the sewer and him as soon as Hajnum she said I usually Nesum Skerek or my injury and to do also the sandwiches of the water budget I had in the neck. Budget kept Capron to all run up to Mammy Masaru to Washington Tamariki for a natural cookie. I ask a mama and can set the Peru. Tavum with Jim and Drum Ross on the throne. Nemeric Lopez rank. I mean, she kept the true in a bush or a crab. Taralem she said, Pakalam Karang, Nemeric and W. Secret Captical no shot the prominent in injury or as or Tapanapper voices. Waja Hamilton Susor Minder and Petronas and Venice Croni Secretary 2 days, but I poo has not Basura Lini Sarura neck no Capram Capri Capana Capri Caparu neck Capri Caparu, the Minka Prem Rum Bamia Surna or now. Man kan akan ban gebir tu orang yang gebir yang suruh sampai ku kerana mereka memir tu ayu curani setara sabi waktu naik kabaik sebab persiapan korang ay pernah tapi sana pada sana wah sejauh apa sih yang mencuci sebagai negara mungkin sekali kerja ratu kamu betul betul ayat kata nak baru aman lepas itu ni kerana baru seru erosion tu amu aman nem sekali berlai kerana baru lepas itu ni apa sekarang kerana wabik wabik sekmen wabik mana terus mana sekarang kerana perkara sebelum gabari kor sorry kebiri kami kerana baik tu dalam kebaik kembali tek magnet ruang yang sudah ini besis batik ganti hanya ku nama yang sebenarnya kiu hatam sekerai sebentu amaki kiu sarang kerbe dan mereduce dan kasan ini sebenarnya kata ira kapkuah teknologi luar luar ku para mereka yang masyarakat mereka masyarakat nopo ini betul ini terus seres kerana pertihat dan tu dia pesumuni forman sikit personal dan cara terus kerana pesut terus seraya keperluasan suan kebaik kepemultap dalam syutan nafri betika ramni nafnan terui mas Emes, Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and right, of blood and red, prick the hands that ply. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of the dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step in the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa, Ziara Kampa. Kepra, 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 Ra, 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 Tuma, Tuma, Tum, Kansu, Kansu, Kansu. Arsemitor Kishabo Banana Shiptorina, Arsemitor Kishabo Banana Shiptorina, Arsemitor Kishabo Banana Shiptorina, Abradab, Abradab, Abradab.
Let's see if we can make this. I think we got it. Just make sure that's charging here. Yep. Looks good on that. Go. I hope you're having a good morning, good afternoon, or good day, even wherever you are. I hope you've had a good day. So that'll keep you in a good mood of things you want to keep doing. Very often in life, we get dissuaded from doing what we want to do. By our own selves, because we feel sad or something. No, thanks Mercury for your kind comments. No, I don't have a pot. I don't have a machine to make coffee. I don't have a device to make coffee. If I want to make coffee, it's going to take me. It's just a series of problems. Um, I could be homeless, and I could have. I could get practically all the coffee I want for free. You know, like being homeless, I can fucking have everything I want. I don't know. Do you want to have a roof over your head, or do you want to starve? That's the world's options to me right now. So, you know, I'm kind of, getting to the point where, having a roof over my head is nice and stability and friends and stuff like that. But if I can't fucking eat, if I can't buy shampoo, if I can't buy essentials, like it's been 7 months, I don't buy these things. Somebody donated nearly $1,700 a month. I didn't go buy frivolous shit. I bought food and I paid rent. That's it. I'm not trying to abuse anybody's gifts or kindness. And so what I got right now, who knows, who knows at the end of the month. I read these blessings and I send them out to other people. There's enough of the universe, there's enough of people who know of me. So either I'm going to be okay because they decided at the last second I'm worth keeping around, or they're going to be like, nah, just let them go off into the woods. Because at this point, I'm kind of concerned about eating better than having a fucking roof over my head. That's just so coffee. Am I thinking about coffee? I don't have coffee. That's why it's putting me on this whole fucking course. I don't have the most basic, simple fucking thing I want. For everything that I do in my life, I don't even have that. For all the money donated by people who care and love, I don't even have fucking that. So I'm reevaluating shit right now, massively, massively. That's that real reality there. But thank you for caring. I mean, one I mentioned the other day, one person they sent me the money for a coffee pot. Well, I got the money sitting up there because if I buy a coffee pot, well then certainly in a few days, boom, I'll get kicked out and they'll keep my shit. They'll keep everything. They'll say fuck you, give my rent money or get the fuck out. I'm fucked. I do that every single month, just like you. We ain't no different. We're the same people. We're going through the same difficulty. There ain't nothing different. You work at 9 to 5, and I've been doing this spiritual thing, whether it be online or not. I've been living this lifestyle for a long fucking time. That's why each place, fuck, people take shit so personally. You got your house, you got your income, you got your fucking aid of however the fuck you get shit. I don't play with that. I was told to be no part of the world. Don't sign up for that government program shit. Don't go on the aid of somebody else. Don't become codependent. Notice where somebody's causing you to be codependent because they ain't helping you grow. They ain't helping you explore. They're not helping you evolve in your own life. They're helping you be stupid, ignorant, and full of nothingness except a short attention span so they can control every ounce of everything you do and learn. No strings on me. Thank you, Pinocchio. I'm a real boy here. Woo! Shit. I don't give a fuck if anybody wants to come say, here's all this shit. If you want to try to control my heart and what my body's doing, go fuck. You know what? You see all these bracelets? That's for a really good fisting right there. Mm-hmm. If they need it, let's go. Let's fucking go. You'll have a great time. I'm sure you will. Because that's exactly what people put me through emotionally and mentally and even physically in different situations that I said no to, that I said, no, thank you, I don't want it. And they gave it to me in another form. They dressed up and they smiled and played a tune. And I said, wow, that doesn't look like what I said no to. Sure, I'll take it. Holy fuck, I said no to this. What the fuck did you just give me, you mother bastard? I can't get rid of it. It's all on me now. Do you ever get honey or something sticky on you? Fuck it. Goddamn soap don't work. Sure, you fucking just spreading it everywhere. You fucking ass. Oh, man.
That's what the world's about. That's what it does to you. And that's what I'm trying to help everybody realize. Look, I'm done. You can be done with that. Whether you got a 9 to 5 or whether you going from house to house, it kind of doesn't matter. You're still either going to be starving or worried about paying the fucking bill at the end of the month, and probably both. Failing system. And what we do? It's got holes. It's not just got one hole in the basket. The whole fucking bottom of the basket is gone, and we all keep putting money into it. We put our coins into it. We put all of our fucking time into it, all of our energy into it, and it's just falling through, and we're getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And got infections on the feet, and you're like, oh shit, what's going on down there? I haven't looked down there in a while. I thought things were collecting up here. No, the eggs are falling down to the bottom, spoiling it. Now your whole shit's fucked up. So you could be distracted with coffee, or you could be distracted with, saying that somebody else is a bad person or making fun of somebody or whatever the comment on. You could be anything. But the fact is all of these are just different elements that's not separating from what I want. Because what I want is the connection with my mother and my 2 daughters who are dead and gone, and their spirits are connected with me. And I'm connected with them every day. So does any of this shit matter? No. It's a fucking distraction for my happiness that I'm already fucking connected with what I want. And ain't no man can touch or disturb or nobody can mess with that. Nobody can mess with that. That's mine. The only thing they can try to do is make my life around me full of shit. Well, go ahead. I'm going to leave of it soon enough. Fuck off. I don't care what you got. Millions, riches, shiny gold, shove it up your ass. No, you're not changing me. I don't give a, no. I know my worth. And that's the worth that you have. Your worth it's more than worth money. It's more than what people put the stamp of your time on. If anything, you with the heart of love, yeah, you out there, the teachers should be learning from you. The people should be learning from you. You're like, what, me? I don't know how to do anything. They should follow you around and see how nice you are and how you don't want to hurt anybody back. You just mosey on, just try to do your own thing. I was just going this way, accent, whatever. I just do my own. You could take a lesson from that. There's a lot of people out there, and they are vengeful. They are what I was taught as a kiddo. And vengeance belongs to the Lord, to the master, the big upstairs master. He gonna, if someone had dropped the hammer, swing the damn sword out, dude, it's gonna be the big almighty up top. He gonna come downstairs and take care of shit. Not me. Not me. I was told I'm not supposed to do that shit. But what does man say? Follow me. Do what they want. Fight. Roar. Be feared. Hurt each other. Step on them to get up. And now you're the cool one. Yay. Nah, man. Not for me. That's for sure. Okay. It's just the charger. I think we'll be alright. Oh. Would anybody like a reading? A tarot oracle reading? If you do, just let me know in the chat log. I'll pick a name
pick one. I'm curious about some things. So we're gonna go to the cards. Oh, we got one there. Model engine, model engine, model engine. I love trains. I think trains are pretty fascinating. Oh, thank you, Vajir. Appreciate that. Very cool, very cool. All right, this one's for model engine. After model engine, we're doing a reading for them. I have a feeling this reading is going to connect with a lot more people than just one. Some interesting energy out in the world right now. Certain alignments are happening, and people are experiencing a completely bit of a different world as far as synchronicities happening. Model engine. Now stay robust. Oh, thank you, Samuel. Jay, namaste. Absolutely, I appreciate that. That's awesome. Truly is. Truly is. All right. All right. This one is for um it's for model train. And it's gonna start us out with a guided meditation. All right, the first card here is the Lunar Queen. There's a deep feminine wisdom that recognizes the importance of cycles of rest and replenishment as essential balancing to our actions of power and demonstration. You are asked to allow this replenishment for yourself now, trusting that you're in a cycle of creation that is about to shift into a new phase. Release and enjoy the process without having to control or force it. The celestial crescent is the moon in her changing form. This oracle comes at a time as we are shifting from one phase in your spiritual and creative journey into a new phase. This is a time to pay deep attention to the messages of your body and allow them to guide you. Now, if you would like to, I invite you to close your eyes in a comfortable, if you're in a comfortable, safe setting. And it's not long, it's rather short. And at the end, I'm going to read it's a little rhyme at the end. And so you'll know. And I'll finish that with a series of consecutive words. And you'll know it's the ending. As you're resting, close your eyes if you're comfortable to do so, and imagine that you can travel behind your eyes and find a vast, black, open, endless space there. Deeper and deeper, you travel within, following the movement of your breath and going further within your own vast awareness, away from the everyday world. In the darkness of your own inner vastness, there is the soft light of a crescent moon. You sense the soft outlines of its glow as it makes an arc like movement, growing in size from a slight crescent moon towards fullness until it is a softly glowing disk of the full moon in the sky. Feel the joyful light of the full moon. You notice that the moon begins its next phase, decreasing slowly to a tiny slither in the sky once more, and then apparently disappearing altogether as a dark moon, not visible at all. Then the process starts again. Observe the process, feeling it, seeing it, sensing it, and affirming it within your own being. Feel the peace that you sense within you as you realize this regularity of the moon phases. No force is required, they just happen. Now become aware of your forehead and imagine that there is a crescent moon resting on your forehead for a moment. And then focus on your breathing. The lunar queen, Lady Olset, goddess of night, help me now to follow the neutral light of the shining moon in all her flow. I release force and fear. Help me let go. Guided by the crescent moon, now I am open to receive great boon. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsemitoki shabo balanai shemtorina, arsemitoki shabo banana shemtorina, arsemitoki shabo banana shemtorina, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. And so in that, and coming back into where we are, opening your eyes, truly, this is a path of growth, this is a path of change, this is a path of development. And just highlighting what was spoken, it's not something we control, it's something we learn how to flow with. Alignment is attunement. You I don't know, you tune to the radio station. I don't know how you control the frequency. You tune into the radio frequency. You tune into the frequency. The Page of Swords here is the next card. Page of Swords with spades, and this is bringing out the will takes shape. Take a look around you. Orientate yourself well. where you are right now and what is going on around you, gain more confidence with each step and make your choices. Make your choices, make your choices. Let your will be the dominating factor. Your chosen will, not because of them, not because of some emotional conflict or connection you have with someone else, because this was a choice that you had a plan, you thought about it, and even if the plan's not all I make up plans. I don't have details. They could change from this to that. To who knows how the plan could turn out to be something completely else. I wound up getting something else at the end I didn't plan on. Okay, well that's good too. But decide what you choose. Decide what you want. That's along with that change of course. I like that guidance. The next is I'll find it. I'll find it. There we go. Aha. Now this one is a warning. This one is a warning as you have this good path now and coming. This is a warning so that you can stay on that path, okay? It's the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords, it's talking about the tendencies of which go towards insanity, angers that end very horribly, terrible revenge, and other great dangers follow from from following first impulses blindly. The first impulse you follow, not then if that's not the way to that's not what this was talking this one was saying, but we choose. Our will is what we choose to do. We're changing, things are changing. They're not the way they were. Things are different. So we make a choice. Because if we follow the first impulse, it's going to lead to all sorts of devastation, problems, bad stuff. First impulse, no good. Choose and decide what your will truly is and act on that. And our last card here is the Seven of Leaves. Pay attention to bonds and attachments that distract you from personal pursuits. You should take a good in-depth look at your inner feelings carefully. Review your priorities. Constantly putting back to the self, to the mind, to continually to pay attention to the surroundings, knowing that you can change things, being aware of who you're hanging around, being aware of what your own priorities are. All of these things matter to being able to truly connect with the planet, connect with the cycles, connect with the rhythms of nature, of life. And truly that's the focus. Most people they don't connect with life. They connect with things. They're connecting with things. But when you connect with another person, that connection, the things are just extra. The things are just creating a nice environment. They're not that's not the end all be all of what we're looking for to any regard. I'm just checking something real quick. Yesterday we were talking about resurrection. What it's like to really get your soul back. Before I didn't know enough. Really, I didn't know enough to be confident. I didn't know enough. I didn't have enough experience. So I was always following other people. They had the solution, they had the answer, they had a better idea than I had. They've been around there before I've been around that situation. In my life I was very sheltered for a good long while. My mom taught at an alternative school, and the alternative schools that she taught at, essentially, like, you got school and then you get kicked out of school and you go to alternative school. Well, my mom worked at the alternative school that when you get kicked out of alternative school, you go to her school. And then when you're at her school, like, that's the last fucking stop. And then they like lock your ass up. Like, they can't do nothing else with you. You just So my mom was like the last stop before, you know, that changed. And she worked very much with individuals to be able to help them turn around their lives. My mom, she would go in, and she was pretty cool with the kids, with her students. I remember she'd tell me, she'd go in and she'd tell them, she'd be like, "Look, I have bad days. I know what that's like. Okay, so you don't want to learn anything. If you don't want to do anything, if you put your head down, I ain't gonna bother you. You could sit there all day. I'm not gonna bother you. I'm not gonna hurt you, harm you. I'm not gonna mark you wrong or nothing. I'm gonna let you be. But if I'm having a bad day and I put my head down, then I expect to be allowed to do that in the same capacity, not to get any flack for it." And that was a wonderful reality, because she did have days that were really bad, and she did just need to go in and put her head down and not work or teach or anything. She was not in the mind space or heart space to teach. And sometimes those kids, a lot of times those kids, they were not in a place to learn. They were going through things at home. People go through all sorts of things at home that they'll never tell anybody else. And that's why for me, I don't want to say bad things to other people, because there's other people already hurting them. So, like, why make more pain? It's like, who can make each other feel the most pain? I already felt enough pain. You already felt enough pain. Can we make each other happy? That's a great environment. That's a great place to be. I was told not to be part of the world. Well, doesn't everything else make sense? Doesn't it all line up that that is the path? A lot of people, yeah, how do I start the path? How do I go on the path? Start with honesty, man. Start with honesty, sis. Let the honest truth fall out your mouth. What you've been holding back from telling that person because you're afraid that they're going to say or do something or whatever, shit, let the truth roll. Fuck. Either they can take it or they can't. Sorry, I couldn't dress it up and wrap it up with a bow and get it sent to you, 3 years in the future when you're feeling perfect and we're still hanging out and everything's hunky dory. I got the product. There it is. Do you like it? No, you're gonna throw it in my face? Well, that shows me who you are. Might as well. There's a lot of good people in this world. They've done a lot of really good things. Other people just haven't learned how to interact in the world. But how do you get to know your children if you never have a chance to interact with them? A dad who hasn't been around for his kids and he just spontaneously shows up out of nowhere, and them kids are going to be pretty angry. They're not going to be, happy. Might be somewhere around there, but they're going to be angry because they're like, what the fuck? Where'd you go? You just left? You didn't do anything? You just showed up? Screw you, dude. Where you been? I don't care. I've been making without you. I'll do things my way. There's a lot of reasons for things in the world, but like it's darn near every reading I wind up doing, I wind up pulling cards that are saying exactly what I've been saying. Why? Because that's the track I'm on. That's the path we're all on together. There's this one point in my life, and what I saw within my mind was like my astral form became like this ball of like this meteor, comet, or whatever's blazing hot, whichever one's blazing hot, it's fucking flying through, and like anything that gets in its way, anything that comes at it, it just gets absorbed into its own being. It just like absorbs everything and just gets bigger. And that's what I saw of my own energy at a certain point, like many months ago. It was within a year ago. A lot of people, they get scared at their potential. They get scared at being able to do things that they never thought about or heard about or things like that. I've talked to people personally, and they're scared to start their shamanic path because they know what they've done in the past without trying, and so they're afraid if they actually learned what they're capable of, they're afraid of what they would do with it because they know the state of their mind. They know their heart is bruised, hurt, and they know the state of their mind, and they're afraid of what they're going to do with that power. When I started my shamanic journey, I was still a Christian. I was still in that J Dub religion, and but my mom had passed away, and I came across the word power, but I didn't view it as in power like you might be thinking. for a person. I saw power, but like in resonance. I saw power as in stability. I saw power as in from divine source. Nothing can mess with this, nothing can shake it. That's what I saw. I saw power that people weren't talking about or thinking about or back in those days. I saw it. You can have power. It's not the kind of power the world's put out there. Yeah, I'm powerful. I'll do anything I want. Rah, rah, rah. No, not that kind of powerful. But the ability to truly manifest what your heart desires and to know that you got a good heart. So people that are afraid of what they might do, well, look at your heart. And if your heart needs attention, work on that first. That is the first thing to start on. Because people could be nice to each other. It's possible. One thing I learned is I could survive everything. I could survive it. I ain't saying I'm impervious to fire. If you stab me, I'll bleed. I'm not, don't get me, I'm not like mad, but I'm just, the things life is throwing at me. And perhaps you feel the same way. Perhaps you've been through the same experience. Your own experience is same enough, but you survived. It didn't kill you. It didn't take you out. Somewhere inside that good person's still around. You're physically kicking. You have the ability to have good days. Sure, you're going to have good days. One thing I learned in my shamanic path, okay? Because trust you are, if you've been watching daily, I cry. The other day, I was reading over the blessings in the morning, and my voice was cracked up for half of it. And I think I cried tears for about 20 minutes straight minimum for a portion of it. It just kept going. It just, big ass tears just. The greatest negative feeling will be experienced with the greatest positive feeling. If you can't accept feeling a love of your own life, of going to that shadow world, if you can't accept that low, we can't attain to the high. The vibrational states, there's balance. When we go really low, drives us really high, or maybe we go really high, drives us really low, and then afterwards, whichever path we started with, we come back to the bottom, like not bottom, but we start like gravitating towards the middle, and we find the we find the middle, we find the sweet spot, sweet zone. We find where things are going to flow best. And that's why for me, I need to find my limits in any environment. I need to find what my low is and what my high is in any environment. Because that high and low belongs to me. It deals with my past, not just my present. If my present starts going through something, it just reminds me of my past, of what I went through. That's why the tears are so freaking big in those moments. I don't want to live through that as I did. So I want to pay attention. I want to change this. What didn't I pay attention to? What didn't I figure out? And in that, the focus comes on the self, not on someone else. That changes everything. It's the focus. Think about it. We've been talking about, and scientifically, all of that, what we focus on, we wind up manifesting. We wind up creating a manifestation because we focus on that. So if we're constantly focusing on other people and we're not focused on our own life, then what happens? We're going to help everybody else. Everybody else gets better and we get worse. That's not balance. That's not going to work in the long run. Got to build the self up. The self is the tree of life. The love within you living one vibrational energy, your joy, who you are. You're the tree of life. And when you grow to maturity, guess what you got growing off your limbs and branches? You got fruit. The tree got water. It's stable. It is a pillar of stability. It is power that is transferring water from the earth and drawing it up in literally magical transformation into fruit. Somebody comes and plucks it. Yummy. Did the tree get hurt? Nope. Nope. It was meant to give the fruit away. It was not meant to hold on to the fruit. You know what happens with the fruit. If it sticks around, it's going to spoil. It's going to rot. Bug is going to come set in. It's going to fall on the ground. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Okay, so you become the tree of life. You become that energy, that power of stability. And from your produce, from your excess that you don't need, does a tree live and sustain itself off of its own fruit? Last time I checked, the answer would be no. If there is a tree that does that, I never heard of it. In fact, Dollywood, Dolly Parton, got her own theme park. Dollywood. I want to say Tennessee. Gosh, I hope I'm not wrong. I hope it's Tennessee, but I went there once. Dollywood has a tree in Dollywood. It's fenced off. It's got its own little pond. The tree literally pumps water up from its roots deep, deep down, has a continual flow of water, crisp, clear, clean water shooting up from the root system 24/7. So what the tree's root systems do, they pump the water. They act like a natural well. It's a fucking tree. You could plant it. I don't know the name of the tree, but they had a plaque and a sign and explained it all. I was a teenager. I had a Bob Marley shirt. There's this other guy who's like, hey, he saw my shirt. He's like, that's cool. Thanks. Because we're like, yeah, we're both stoners. I was young, it was years ago. Anyways. Good stuff. Trees. Tree of life. You are the tree of life. And you can transform water into you can transform anything into anything. Placebo effect. If you want to do anything, finding support is very important. But I have found that support usually they don't want to be seen or noticed. And there's this generation of individuals, and they don't talk much about anything, emotions or anything else. They learned how not to talk. They learned that by talking they lost. By talking they revealed their truth and other people dominated their life. Okay? Older generation. They're still around. They're still around. They don't talk too much. This is the reality of our world. People like myself that decide to stick their heads up after hermit mode, come out from under the ground, well, the whole world is happy hunting. You're a target. Instantly. Instantly. People don't know how to deal with that. They don't know how to live with that. They don't know how to defend against that. They don't know how to block it. But for me on my journey, I got my heart straight first. I learned my shamanic stuff second, and then all this, viralness starts popping on or whatnot. So by the time the people shooting the comments and whatnot back, I'm not going to lie and say I didn't experience nothing. But shoot, it was a fraction of what I've heard other people go throughout my life that wind up getting to some point of being noticed, on some scale. And for that, I'm happy that my journey's had the correct course. I'm glad that I focused on my heart. It took me 35 years of active work and active working on me. 35 years from the age of 5 till I was 40. And on my 40th birthday, I was told within my own mind, within my own existence, I became what I wanted to be. Because when I was 5 years old, I figured God is love. So then if I become love, then I'll be able to embrace him just a little bit, maybe just touch, just like reach out, like a picture, just touch it. I just have a moment like that. Because if he's love and I'm love, then there's got to be there's a connection right there. You see that? See that? So then I said, I'll spend my life in love, and then I could do that. That was my goal. My goal had nothing to do with money. My dreams in this world, nothing to do with money. Only reason why I need money is to keep a roof over my head, food in my stomach, and gosh darn soap or something or else. My dreams don't entail money. They entail connection. From the very beginning, that's been my dream. Connection with immaterial existence that we're all told stories about from when we're young, and then we get older and they say, "No, Santa Claus isn't real." Excuse me? You should do some research. There's some shamans that worked in the world, and yeah, this kind of stuff happened. And they took one story of reality and they modified it to fit their narrative. And they've done this with people do this all the time. I'm not putting it all on one group or anything like that. People do it all the time. Take a nice story and turn it into something else. Got to stay current with the times. But I'm not hating on it. Look, this is real. When I got into medieval history, there's this one historical picture, uh, and it's got Jesus, Yeshua. He's up on the cross, and it's got all the soldiers and the people. Now the soldiers are outfitted in 15th century, the year 1400, armor, armor for the soldiers. Modern looking, but an event that happened, like 1,000+ years before that. So that's what the artist wanted to see. That was an interpretation. We bring the past into the present and we give it different colors. We put our surroundings on it. This is what as humanity, this is what we do because we need to connect with it. We need to understand it. And in order to understand it, it has to be personal. If it's just com- completely foreign to us, then we don't connect. And that's really where it's at. It's really connection. And to those people in the world who choose not to connect, don't want to connect, don't care to connect, can't connect, ain't working to connect, I I don't waste any time thinking about that. That's 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 not my life. That's not what I entertain as reality. So I don't live in those worlds. I don't entertain those worlds. I don't go into those worlds. And see, that's what meditation is great about, is being able to stop your mind from thinking thoughts. A great way, here's something I've never talked about. A great way that nobody taught me this, okay? I just did it myself through my own experiences. So there will be some things I'll be reading and they're printed a certain way, but I don't, that word that it's using, I don't care for that word. I don't use that word. I don't connect with that word anymore. I have a different word that I put in place for it. So then when I read through, then I'm gonna input the word that I agree with, and so I'll put my own word in its place. There's people, and if you haven't been doing reading, a lot of reading in your life, you read something out loud, and as you're reading it, try to replace a word with something else. Make it fit. It fits what it's saying. Put another word in there and say that word as you're reading without skipping a beat. It's going to take some practice because now you're choosing to change something that you don't align with in printed form. This corresponds to talking with people, perhaps even reading a comment, a bad comment, and they come across what they came across, they say what they say, and my brain says, well, I choose a different narrative. I choose a different subject. I don't like this. I overwrite it. I change. I'm going to change that. That doesn't mean I have to confront them and combat them in what they're saying, but I am not sticking around out of some fucking kindness or niceness or anything. I'm not staying in a situation where I feel I need to leave, where I don't feel comfortable anymore. I'll just be a ghost. Where the heck did they go? I don't know. They were here one moment and gone the next. Well, I felt uncomfortable and so and so was running their mouth. I'm not sticking around for it. Maybe you will. I'm not. Go ahead if you like to. I'm not trying to turn anybody away from that person. Be their friend and everything. I still hang out with them too. But there's certain moments I ain't going to stick around because I'm not going to put myself in that situation. I'm not going to let myself be in that environment. I don't like those words. I don't like that context. I don't like whatever the case. It doesn't, whatever the case. And that's for each person to truly decide. But a lot of times we do, we hang around and we wait and we allow ourselves to suffer longer than is needed. And I want you to know this is a tactic from the other person. This is stuck with shit that's like, what is it? Is it the Stockholm syndrome? Is that the one? I could have it wrong. You know, it's where like bad things happen to you, somebody's doing something bad, and then like you feel connected to them, like you want to like, oh, they keep hurting you, and you're like, oh, I feel bad for you. I want to help you more, and that kind. Yeah, man, people do that shit on purpose, and they ignore us on purpose. I don't know about you, but I got I got one good eye technically. I don't got two good eyes. I'm legally blind in one of my eyes. It's all blurry. I got one good eye. And even with my one good eye, I can look around and see 3 or 4 people, and I can notice somebody's not being paid attention to. I could notice a look on their face. I, I, I know that much. If I'm around people that can't do that, I know you get laser focused sometimes. You were laser focused with that other person. I wasn't involved in that energy. I took off. Bye. Not my shit. People want explanations from you. Okay? They want you to explain your position of why you did something that goes contrary to your nature or caused the situation to be uncomfortable to them. That's a trap. That's a trap. The explanation is a trap. If you start explaining yourself to that kind of individual, they're just going to tie you up in something you're saying. They're going to find something wrong, out of place. They're going to flip one thing up, flip the other thing down, turn it around, and have you sticking around taking more of it. So I stopped with the explanations. I stopped trying to prove my position. I stopped trying to say I'm right. You want to be right? Be right. Good. I'm gone. I guess I'll lose in your pot, right? And your pot's the world. I ain't part of that. It's yours. Go ahead and take it. I'm part of something celestial. I'm part of something divine. I'm part of something energetical. It's beyond this singular experience of this one body. Yeah, I got a few tails on me. I got it's deer hide, but it's made a tail out of it. I got a tiger tail. It's not real tiger. And I got this one. Got that tail back there. So I guess I'm up to 3 tails now, officially. Yeah, 3. Got 3 tails. I think that's proper. So it's a very amazing experience. On the Egyptian side of things, I found out they, in a lot of the depictions, it shows them with something hanging off off of the side of them, and I couldn't tell what I couldn't understand what it was for a long time, and I searched and searched and searched and searched, and I found it's a tail, it's a literal tail. And when I got that far into it, my mind started putting things together that I never read in a single place. But I have seen Jagodinic depictions of divine beings in human form, yet they have their tail intact. And it's almost like at some point in our process of development, that tail it was no longer needed, no longer wanted in the way, whatever, I don't know. And it was like wearing that tail is reminding them of their past. I have several different depictions of Heru, of Horus, and Set, and Ra, and they have their. It's not a breast because their chest is open. You like in the depictions, you see their nipples, like they're, it comes below, and in this body piece, it's green. It's like green scales, and every single depiction I see is green scales. And then they have the bird head, the hawk. Other places got the falcon or whatever, They got the got the hawk. You can fly. I see them becoming energy, activating dormant energy within their DNA. Okay, I'm not in that form anymore, but I need to remind myself that one in my past lives, I was. We all were. We've went through many changes. Perhaps not all people have that lineage. But I see processes. I see the transference of information. I see the transference of knowledge, of wisdom. There's one necklace in the diction, and also the Divine Mother. She has like this necklace on, and it's extended out. She's holding the necklace like if this was the necklace. She's holding the necklace like this, and the other person has their hand like this, like receiving.
literally, if I'm holding my necklace out like, and I'm extending my hand with my palm open, that's giving blessings out right there. That's sending energy out along with this energy, talisman on me. So all the knowledge in my throat, because that's what is pulling on my throat, this throat chakra area. So that's what I'm passing through without words. I see a magical formula. The dude he's holding this thing, and I can't help but see it as a bag with a container that's able to hold some water. Water copy the vibration. If you want to copy your vibration into anything, the fastest, water. Water's gonna grab that vibration faster than anything. If you drink that water, now that vibration that was outside of you coming at you, it was collected within the environment. That's how the information was transferring through the chakra to chakra connection more than it is the chakra that was sending out the information, not her voice. That's what I see. Her lips are closed. These are processes. These are formulas. They were high, they were magi. If they were around in our day and we were just put them in the same room, they would say, "Oh, scientist, magi, same thing. Yeah, we work with that stuff. Yeah. What's your word for it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we use this word. Same thing. Yeah. Yeah, we put all that together too. That's how. How else do you think they could build a freaking pyramid? Yeah, one, let alone around the world. Come on now, because they were intelligent. People look back to cavemen and they think, "Oh, me caveman, they're actually finding tools. They're finding tools connected to that in those teams, those areas. They're finding out they're actually pretty smart. They knew a thing or two. Intelligence has been around for a good long while. And one I know is we no foolish, we ain't dumb. People choose to be stupid. That's different. But really, at the core, we ain't dumb. We pretty dang smart, collectively. And that's why it does take a village to raise a child. You're part of that village, and we are the children. The whole world, everybody's lost. Everybody's trying to find something to connect to or move to that's going to be satisfying. People losing their homes, natural disasters putting people out, all sorts of things are happening at an expedient rate. I looked at something the other day and I don't know, I could be off, but I could have swore. And they showed it. They showed a video of all of it, and it was like 3 days ago or something. So there's 250 plus volcanoes, no earthquakes, 250 plus earthquakes that happened. Some big, some small, all within the same day, same day. Things are shifting very fast. Energy is getting tossed very quickly. And if we react with that first impulse, it's going to sweep us away. We're going to follow the crowd. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, okay, we could read that one. I got one you like. I don't read it often. Um and I read a portion of it during the ceremonial jam. This is English. Everything I'm gonna read is in English. You can understand all what I'm gonna read. And it's very motivating. It's very connecting. It mentions a gold thread
in what I'm going to read. It mentions the gold red, it's connected to the fairy realm. What I'm reading is very connected to the fairy realm. But as I found this in a legitimate book, and put it together into one place. A lot of times books will take an old source material, something from thousands and thousands and years ago. They'll translate it, or it would have been translated into English or another language, whatever the case. And then from that translation, somebody got their hands on that, and then they'll write a book and they'll mention like word for word what the original piece of the work was, and then the chapter is their explanation on what it means. And then the next chapter is another small portion or section, and then they explain that. And usually that's how these books wind up kind of coming out at particular times, that I can find. And so I'm not so much interested in their interpretation as in the connection that I'm already having. Now, I did start to read into some of the chapters and whatnot, and everything I was reading was exactly what I was thinking. It was literally per quote, right on the same tunage. So I was like, if it just starts becoming redundant like that, I don't need to. I'm good on that. I just want the meat of the original text that was saved. And essentially, that's what I have here on the fairy side of things. Legit Celtic, I believe, not mistaken, goes back to. But in everything that I read, it connected. It connected with Egyptian, with Kemetic. It connected with Hindu, with Indian. It connected with ancient Japanese. It connects with the ancients. Anyways, check it out. Blessed be the sacred boat of flesh in which I travel the roads of bone and stone that pass through the dark forests of forgetfulness. Blessed be the ancient restlessness that drives the blood to rise in me from that ancient well of memory. Blessed be my body and my blood, which form the temple of the ancestors and the vessel of the sacred blood of life. I am one with the voices in my blood, for they carry the heritage of eternity. I shall go forth into the night of the unknown, guided by the inner flame of the redeemed and without fear. At the end of this journey, I shall give my essence to the eternal river of wisdom. May it guide and guard me, and may I remember. May the hidden hosts keep my feet and my mind upon the path of wisdom that leads to the crossroads of peace and of power. O holy guardian that stands at the threshold of the elements, open wide for me the hidden ways of magic that dwell in the secret spaces between seen and unseen. Guard me from the haunting shadows of fear that bind my hands and blind my eyes. I beseech you, open the book of law that I may know the ways of balance and the laws of true will. Guard me as a child against all foes, and be my guide on the path to the tree of enchantment. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn covered well. A golden light and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence in the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Prompted by divine discontent in the restlessness of my soul, I descend the stone stairway through an ancient well haunted by shadows and light. I search the memories of my blood and the dark spaces of my bones for a key that fits a door rusted by ages of forgetfulness and tears of loneliness. The hinges of this gate are oiled by the sweat of my true journey and loosened by my inquiry, but the key is hidden in my acts. And what seeds must I plant in the garden of my being to harvest it? How shall I loosen this key from its hiding place? And I remember, for the bones do tell and the blood does sing. It is by love, faith, gratitude, and resolve that my hand is placed upon the key that opens the door to that holy river that my ancestors know. I pray that I be resolute in holding this key, for sacred memory is like unto a sacred fruit eaten from a forbidden tree. The first bite brings forgetfulness, but the second brings the memory of blessedness. Strengthen my resolve, I pray thee, O guardian of the gate, that I may find and use the key, and like the second bite be awakened to the soul of the world. And when this gate opens, I shall wade in the river of blood up to the knee and wash my heritage clean of the sins of fear and pain. And I shall drink deeply of the waters of redemption, and I shall know that we are vital streams in the weft of the weaver and the dream of a dreamer. O guardian of the hidden paths between shadow and light, where is the map that reveals the way of the wise? What is fate and the threads that bind it? May I know and navigate the hidden pathways. Is the map of life hidden, yet obvious in the embrace of land and sea, mountain and wind, mother and child? My heart and spirit remember the threading ways of the pattern maker, a mother's hand weaving infinite pattern in the soul of the earth. Hear me, shades of the dead who trod these ways with silent feet. Hear me, O dreaming ones of Eden. Where is she who weaves the weft of time in the dancing threads of birth, death, and rebirth? Where is she, the hidden face of the third sister, whose hands turn the looms of moon and earth? O mother of fate, I pray, let me pass between your spinning wheels. Cleanse me of the threads of illusion to free my hands to grasp that golden cord that leads me to the ever young star prince, nested in the safety of your web, dreaming the vision of the world and of my place in it. Only then will my eyes be washed and my hands and feet unbound to walk the golden path to the stars. Into the depths of the soul of the world I plunge my voice of longing, devoid of illusion and enraptured by the beauty of the living Eden. I call to the star within the stone. I search for the answers to the sacred questions of longing written in my nature when I was flung to earth from the starry heavens. O thou art the child of promise who lies dreaming on a blue ocean, trapped in a pillar of silent stone. O thou art the Prince of light and life giving flame of the people of peace. May I appear in your face of enduring beauty. How do I free you from your chamber? Will I know the key to your door that dwells within my palms? Will you inflame me with the stars of your eyes and your breath that freeze? I know that I am your vision, but I have forgotten the way. O dreamer in land, heal my pain, anoint my eyes, awaken my spirit that I may be one with the healer of the world and walk in the blessedness upon the sacred land. Long have I sought that star that fell from heaven to give birth to the world. Long have I sought that ray of eternal light infused at the center of my being. I have crossed the river of blood, ridden the horse of flesh, and wrested the golden key from the dweller on the threshold. My journey has been arduous, but my joy overflows like the stars from the mouth of she who utters, and the fruits of the king's tree. Long have I sought the throne of dominion and my sovereignty over the demons of restlessness and the wanderings of divine discontent. I stand awakened before the vision of the world with my hand upon the sword of truth to sear the cage of forgetfulness. I stand upon the throne of death, the stone of destiny that rises like a stairway of flaming truth, and my blood trembles with exaltation, and the stars rain from the for me like fireworks of the soul. Let my feet be steady and my walkers unbound, that I may reach that holy gate of heaven that awakens me into perfect truth. O walker of the stars, lend me thy hand, steady my resolve, and lighten my way, that I may be one with thee. Upheld by sovereignty, I spread my inner eye like the wings of an eagle, and I take flight beyond the bindings of illusion and fear to that holy stream that only the angels and the anointed ones know. With the people of peace at my side, I lift my spirit to the waters of return, so I may drink deeply of truth, peace, and the contentment that comes when I am truly home, fully awakened. I pray that the sacred stone shall blossom and unfurl the golden serpent, and the breath of the dreamer shall whisper the hidden name of earth, of whose essence I am, and by the crystal key whose ways are vision, grace, and stillness, I drink deeply of the fire of truth that flows like a river of stars, and then, whole and healed, I shall be with the mother and father of all life, before, after, and forevermore. O Father of the stars, I see your countless watchful and loving eyes each night as they peer down from the heavens. You are the first begotten and beloved child of the great mother, and you are the Father of the universe, whose seeds of light are planted in all of the heavenly bodies. Where there is light, you are present. I pray that you will open in me that spark of your light that illuminates the inner spaces of my being, that I may peer through the veil of form into the face of enduring truth and eternal peace. May I be like unto a silver branch upon your holy and enchanted tree. May I bear the fruits of wisdom that shall feed the whole of the eternal family now and throughout timelessness. O great mother, you are the matriarch of matter and the empress of eternity. I pray thee, look upon me, the face of your loving child, so small, so seeking, so true. O great mother, you speak forth the worlds of creation and utter forth universes in your time of brooding. I pray that you might open your loving embrace to me, your seeker of the stars. I am weary from climbing the holy tree in search of you. Let my hunger be fed by the fruits of wisdom, and my thirst be healed by the elixir of light. I pray that you might reveal the spirit tongue that only the ears know, reveal the healing tones that only the bards know, and reveal the words of power that only the anointed ones know. I stand upon the sacred stone, washed in blood and stars, and I feel your presence above me, beneath me, before me, behind me, to my left and to my right, as I sit in the center of your crossroads, speaking forth the name you gave to me when you lit the stars of the sky and set them on their holy course. Arsemitoki Shabo Banana Shatoriana, by the ninefold tree and the threefold life, by the throne of dominion and the stone of destiny, I honor you, my queen. All that is me is thee. All that is me is but a dream within the dream within a dream, and you are the great dreamer. How is the unknown perceived by the known? How does a minute, finite speck of dust embrace the vast and infinite stars? Answer, I pray, O timeless keys of vision. What is the language of the eternal? Where is it that man and God meet as companions on a shared journey, as a meeting of cell and body? How does a single teardrop commune with the ocean and a planet with a star? Is there a common tongue spoken by all things great and small, finite and infinite? In my time of prayer and silence, an answer comes to me on the winds of wisdom that stream from the source. And it speaks to me of silence, presence, surrender, contentment, and essence. For these are the secret codes in the spirit tongue, hidden at the heart of all things, shared longing of secret breathe through the hidden space that divides and unites in a pool of life with many ripples. O holy fire that is my essence, O burning bush that speaks for God, O voice on the sacred mountain that hears my plea, your embrace is always giving. Your love is the crystal stream that connects all of the islands of creation. Your voice reaches out to me in times of seeking and says, I am in your breath, your blood, your body, and the source of your seeking. I am a waterfall of light from the ocean of heaven. I am the ever present, never absent home you seek. All is well. You are well. Where you are, I am there. Know this, and your pain is healed. Know this, and joy and peace and love profound are the rewards of your seeking. For this is holy fire that anoints lives within your hands. Become heavenward. I look into the eye that never blinks, and in exaltation I exclaim, I am. May you, yes, you, may you know and remember the truth and beauty that is your essence and your birthright. May you receive and claim it when it is revealed. May the forces of fear and atrophy tremble before your power. May the vision keys open the doors most profound. May the holy fire sear the shadows and light your way. May you find joy and contentment in knowing that you are a member of the family of creation, bound in spirit and in truth, and thus you are always loved and you never walk alone. Blessed be the seeker in the holy tree, for all are as one, so shall it be. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, arsimitoki shabu banana, shamtruina, arsimitoki shabu banana, shamtruina, arsimitoki shabu banana, shamtruina, abra, 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 abra. This is respect. This is just respectful, just being respectful, kind. This is saying that I ain't taking nothing in this world. I'm not open to this world. I know what I want to do with my life. And this one is open. Left hand over here is open, saying, from the spirit, from divinity, I'll learn. I am happy to learn from divinity. I'm happy to pursue my path. And all of that is true with all that love and goodness. So, with my purpose sealed and my dedication directed, it unites. That's some real right there. And then I do a couple hand gestures as like, to me, it's like we're kind of like like what's up, bro? So we're going, and I just kind of do that. So kind of energy is just flowing out there. It's just my thing. When I went to the Hindu temple the first time, um, first few times, generally speaking, people didn't come up and chat with me. Um, it took time, obviously, yeah, I was just walking into a temple, looking at me like, what's the dude's gonna do? So, that takes its time and its course. Um, but going to the temple was phenomenal in being able to learn how to resonate energy. These things spoken, they they're great blessings. They're massively great blessings. And like when I read that the first time, I'm pretty sure my sarong, whatever I had, towel or anything, was full of my own. I was crying throughout the whole thing, and I got to hold myself back, even reading over stuff I read over before, because that's exactly how I feel about life. That's exactly how I see it. I mean, it crosses with so many cultures right there. It's amazing. The golden thread, the 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 the, the boat of flesh, the boat of Ra, travels around the world, and he takes out the evil of Pep, the evil that would destroy the world otherwise. Every single day, that's all he does. That's all he does. He's not running the world. He's not telling people how to live. He's out there doing that. We talked about, the story of Set and Heru and the Divine Father and Mother, that coming up on the Egyptian side, on the Kemetic side. If you weren't here for that, there's a bunch of videos popping up on that nowadays, which I'm really happy about. Um, but what I'm focusing on here is Set. Set was the embodiment of chaos. Set was the bad guy in the story. Set was, ooh, the great evil on the world. But even when Set died, he was told his position, Set, he was supposed to be the lord of the underworld. He was supposed to direct souls into new bodies. Set didn't want to do that. See, Set killed his dad, like brother, wasn't his dad, more his dad, brother, whatever. Brother, they're brothers, anyways, however you want to see it. there's there's multiple stories to the ancient understandings, and they came out at different times. So when you look at those, anyways, there's room in any regard. Set's the bad dude. And at the end of Set's life, he says, "No, I don't want to be the Lord of the Underworld. I don't want to direct souls. That's boring. What the heck are you talking about, dude? I want to do something in the afterlife." So Set goes up to Ra in his boat, and Set's like, "Yo, Ra, why don't you just drive the boat? I'll be at the front, and I'll cut a Pep up into 13 pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Get all that taken care of." And Ra's like, "Yeah, that sounds like a great deal." So Alsar, he's the one who winds up becoming the Lord of the Underworld, righteous king of the world. He becomes Lord of the Underworld. And Set, the great evil, well, he's not, goes up and he fights a greater evil and takes that evil out. So in his afterlife, he didn't get punished for doing bad. See, he was on his journey, he got stuck. But his purpose was served for the resurrection of Heru, becoming his father Alsar, and reestablishing the righteous kingdom. So now Heru's protecting the world physically on the ground, and Set is up in outer space, or going around the world fighting the evil that would come in through those channels. So the world had a two-pronged defense. They had a two-pronged defense to stopping bad stuff from happening. From outside there, from coming in there, and down on here, we're gonna make sure we got a good world. They were looking at darn good. I mean, start putting it together, start understanding where we are nowadays with some technologies. We start understanding, holy crikey, yeah, you know what? These dudes are brilliant, geniuses. We start viewing each other as geniuses, we'll start elevating each other. Now, don't get me wrong. No, some people, I said, look at them like as a genius. When I had my two daughters, when they were still alive, I interacted with my daughters like they were Einstein, like each of them was Einstein themselves. I talked to them smart. They were bright. People can understand a lot that you present to them. Some people don't want to. Yeah, it's other stuff. But that golden cord of vision, that sticks with me quite often. People aren't even aware of this existence. I watched a video yesterday talking about it, and I thought it was amazing. It was talking about experiences with the spirit's connection with the body, and when we sleep, it's talking about how that connection, how they believe that connection stays connected. It doesn't actually separate from the body. like a golden cord. I started thinking about it. I was like, huh. So if we go through some meditation or we go through something that just, there's people, they do meditative manifestation things all the time and they're not aware that they're doing these things. But the way that I saw it after watching that video was pretty interesting because now, if you don't know, I'll catch you up, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Okay, so the spirit is immaterial and you can't see it, right? Like in just darkness, you just see it with your eyes. So it's beyond, it's moving faster than the speed of light. If it's moving slower than the speed of light, or within the speed of light, or slower than, obviously, we see it within the speed of light. But once it exceeds the speed of light, boom, we can't see it. We need instruments, we need technology to be able to see these things. So the spirit is truly moving faster than the speed of light. It is creating our future for us at every single moment in turn that we are capable to direct it to do so. And not knowing how to direct that spirit, that energy, you're going to create problems in the unknown future rather than aligning things up, arranging them. And so that tunage of the self with the spirit, that in my mind, I saw the spirit ahead of the self, that circles back to our reality. And I was like, that's the golden cord of vision. Because we're keeping an eye on our soul. Our soul is like practically leading our bodies sometimes, like, come on, I'm waiting for you over here. I'm just waiting. All that other stuff's on you. That was the wrong way. You want to stop and argue with them? That's up to you. But I keep walking and get where I am because if you catch up to me, we're going to sync back up again. I left you on that journey because I don't want to go on that stuff. Subconscious, the spirit's pretty powerful. All it's got to do is be an anchor in the future to our perception in the past and move our bodies in the present to where our soul really is. The body gets where that is, we're synchronized again. That's what I saw happening, at least with myself. I don't know about other people, but at least with myself. Like one quarter vision, I mean, that reading wasn't directed to just one person. That that writing has survived ages because a lot of people connect with that. Some real stuff right there. I'll probably grab the phone and look at comments maybe in a little bit. But I've got three phones going for the live broadcast. Okay, now you can link it together or not, but my mom was into the phone and always had the phone and the Bluetooth and all that stuff. And on the side of her head where she had the Bluetooth piece and put her phone all the time, that's where her tumor was that was cancerous. So there was years, literally years. I had the money. I don't want no phone. I didn't want a phone. You want me? Send me email. Shoot me a message on face, this, that, whatever. Like, I'll check it whenever. Like, I don't want a phone. I don't want it. I got TV. I got my internet. I'm good. Hooked up. I've been given a total of, I have 5 phones. I have 5 phones. Out of those 5 phones, two of them are, since I turn them on, I ain't running nothing on it. And literally it says that the phone's overheating and it's shutting down automatically. So I don't use 2 phones at all for anything. Just turn them on, overheat, I turn them off. It ain't no good, whatever. It's brand new. It's brand new in the box. I didn't go to nothing fishy, crazy. I do what I do. Anyways, so I got 3 phones here. One shooting TikTok, one shooting YouTube, and the other one I check for things. Now I say if you want to get on anything, do it in threes. All right. So I got 2 phones over there, and then I pull another one over here. Look, that's a triangulation of energy to my own being. Like that's the amplification of that energy. which isn't really conducive, at least to my own past for watching and experiencing what I shared earlier. So lately, I've been trying to stay a little bit away from the phones, which means I'm not looking at the comments, which means I'm not looking at all of that. I can't say that I'm concerned with it, but I mean, if you are curious, if you do want to send me something, shoot me my email, setra@yahoo.com, setchra@yahoo.com, and everything else is enjoy the chats in the chat and do your thing. I appreciate your presence. I know I got a couple brothers. I know I got a couple sisters. I know there's a couple people out there that are awesome. And I appreciate everything you do and being present in everything. And this is a part of like just the moment of boundaries, like I my own head, my own head, like it's muscular. It's muscular. So I've had some knots in my neck. I've had some knots coming up here, and so I've been working on those. And when I started feeling that energy, I started saying, I need to back off from the phone a little bit. I don't need to be right up on it. And being aware of that is you can change things. You can change things by changing it. I've heard other accounts from other individuals with their own experiences, which wind up lining up. So just letting you know about that. But I'll check messages here in a little bit or something or another. That's for sure. But somebody asked me how much my camera cost. Quite, I think it was V asked me how much my camera cost. I do have a professional grade camera. Um, the price doesn't matter. You can get it on a sale, or you can buy it used, or you can buy it brand new. It doesn't matter. I know what I did for my life, and that's a good accounting enough. I had a good Nikon camera, and third Nikon D3200 before, and essentially that was pretty much stolen from me in the context of things. But at the same token, I let go of it. Fine, you want it, keep it. I ain't trying to take it back. Go ahead and own it. It's yours now. And but when I was able to get another camera, I upgraded from that one. So I've got a rocking, spectacular camera. Though I'm using these phones because my internet on my laptop is going to require antivirus software that I need to pay a prescription for, which I obviously can't afford. So I can't tap into the internet from my laptop, or else my laptop's going to get destroyed by viruses. But I can push record on the phone, and they're still working. So that causes a limiting of being able to use particular elements and things on and on and on and on and on. Working within limitations, that's a good subject, working within limitations. Um, Refocus of direction and energy. Um, my 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 laptop, the keyboard, most of the keys don't work. I just focus my attention elsewhere, so I'm not focused on that. I'm not focused on this. The things that wind up breaking and not working, like, fine, okay, then I'm not gonna, that's not open for me to work with right now. When I'm in a position when I have enough to be able to, like, boom, I go get this, get back to that work. There's so much work. There's so much work that I have to do. It's just waiting. It's just waiting. As soon as I have a keyboard and I can sit where I am and go shit, I got shit to blaze off on in that direction. I get to hang out with somebody who's in the same stuff I'm into. Boom, we could blaze off in that direction, do a bunch of stuff over there. I'm just sitting on a bunch of stuff, just waiting to do. That's okay for me. I got other stuff. I got some other stuff I need to do. Memorize better, study, look up, whatever the case. There's other things to do. And so where one door opens, the other door, or where one door closes, another door opens. But we usually, at least from my experiences, have found that that door is small. is dark, and usually a spot around it's kind of dank because it ain't been looked at in a while. So we gotta like kind of clean that side of the room. We gotta get all that stuff, make sure it smells good and stuff, and makes it not like it was anymore. You open that door, there's a door there. Holy crikey! You can get that door open. Boom! That's the next thing to do. That's where the spirit was directed. And generally speaking, that's why I don't fight or contest with things that I've lost or that are broken or whatever. When I have the ability to replace or whatever the case, then great, I will. But if not, then I'll just focus elsewhere where I need to. And that's where people that's where the win comes in for yourself. That's where the I comes in the word win, is because I wasn't interested in whatever somebody else broke or whatever somebody else did or whatever somebody else is trying to make me feel or take away from me. Yeah, there's spiritual attacks. I ain't no fool. I ain't no stranger to things breaking. Okay, I use it to my advantage. Here's a reality. For me, at this point, you can see when you happening, and I can just go ahead and act on it. I don't have to wait for an accident. I don't have to wait for the spirits to have to move things on their own accord. Follow me here. Follow me here. Now, when you have an object, all right, look, so this is angel, right? Stone, little angel, little angel there. All right, this angel is not broken. This angel's still whole. I have other angels and their little wing broke off, or this little other piece broke off, whatever. Now, when that little angel gathers so much energy that it's developed its own consciousness, then the stone, then the little piece is going to fall and break. Why? Why? Because the energy inside of it was so powerful, the consciousness was so powerful, it was able to cause an event in our space and time so that the object itself broke. And when it broke, the essence, the consciousness now was no longer stuck within the object. Okay? Uh, Jewish. They got the glass. They put the glass in it. They will get the glass for the wedding, and then they wrap it up in the thing, and then the husband and the wife, and they stomp it, and they say the words, and they do their thing, right? It's because, on a technicality, that glass was containing all of that essence of their love and unity, and it had developed a conscious energy within it. And when they step on it together, that consciousness is now coming into their lives. It is a spirit, and it is going to bring benefit to its energy. What it was created as, that consciousness knows love and good. Now it's going to be around those people, and it's going to bless them throughout their life. That's why other people's outside shit's not going to harm them two talking, because they talk to each other first before they listen to other people. Ha! Did you know that's a way to solve problems if you're in a relationship or got somebody that you hang out with a lot? Don't listen to other people. You talk to each other first. The other person's opinion, it's trash. I don't care if I was forced to say it's trash. Boop, trash. I'm gonna go talk to my buddy. I'm gonna go talk to the person I'm living with. I'm gonna go talk to my mom. I'm gonna talk to the lady I'm living with, whatever the case be. Go to source. You go to source, ain't no riffraff. Unless it's coming from source, and you'll find that out sooner or later on your own if you pay attention. Ain't that the truth? So I use a lot of things as advantages. I see that there's advantage in everything. There is a way to transmute any negative into a positive. That's my life's been doing as a byproduct, without really, making that a primary goal or agenda. I'm just very optimistic and I'm a realist and I see where people are limited, but I'm not. Other people can't communicate, I can. Other people can't do this, I can. Whatever. I'm not trying to do it to hurt. No, I'm trying to do it to help you. Shoot, let me fill in the gap. Now I'm out. And the gap was closed. Now things are working. Good, I'm out. I didn't need to stick around and be Mr. Anything. None of it. I learned how to operate like a ghost. That's how I learned how to operate. Because I followed all the instruction from all around the world, from all the cultures on the Divine Mother. I learned about the Divine Mother. Let me teach you a little bit about the Divine Mother without just reading, some piece of paper telling you her qualities. The Divine Mother, and it doesn't matter, I mean, where are you from? The Divine Mother, she has many names. Gichi Manito, it's her native name on the Americas side, and closer to my bloodlines. And she's got a lot of names out there. Also, Kenamet Donket, Darga, uh, many different forms, many different forms. Anyways, when I became when I came into proximity with the Divine Mother, and she started teaching me about herself. Nath is pictured with a straight, solid black body, and that is because her waters and her essence is essentially the dark waters within all of us. Her name literally parted, literally, Kinnamadon Ket is one of her names, and it's the oldest name I could find of her on the Kemetic side, and that goes back to the water and fertility of life, essentially. The water of life, the fertility of life. Water of life, the water of life. Water. We are primarily composed of water. Without water, we're dead. We could go out into a desert with no trees and no nothing. If we have a well, if we have a watering hole, if we've got a source of water, then we can survive it. We could bring in food, we could grow food, we can change our environment, we could do anything if we have water. If we don't have water, we're screwed. Okay. So to me, I was like, bro, Kinnamadon Ket, water of life. Okay, this is pretty big. Yeah, that's within us. Now, if I think about her skin as black, then she would be not my shadow, she would be within me. My skin is the protective barrier that blocks her presence. Like within, it's dark. Within, again, light shines through, but I'm not seeing bone here. I'm not seeing blood spurt out. I'm not seeing this and that. And yeah, hey, my blood looks blue. But if I get a cut, I bleed red. Shit changes. You open up. So she's inside. She's the unknown inside. She flows throughout the entire body. Okay, I'm like, hmm. Then I found this ancient. It's not either of those. It's not either of those. Those are the wrong words to use. It's okay. Well, it is an invocation because you are going within yourself. You are going within yourself, and you are inviting this energy within yourself to be active within you. So you're going in to invite that which is within to be active. It's already in you. So you could put it on. Yeah, you could use invocation. Um, I was gonna say like guided meditation. Anyways, um, if you want, I'll lead you through it. You just close your eyes. If you're in a safe spot, you can be okay by yourself for a little bit, for just a moment. It's not very long. It's actually rather on the shorter side of things. And as you're closing your eyes and your breathing is calm and relaxed, you're going to envision that there is endless ocean of it's dark. It's all dark. There's no sunlight. It's all dark, and then you can see the reflection in the ocean, and and the waves. It's nothing chaotic waves, but some soft little waves, you know. And it's the ocean. It's just as far as the eye can see, and you're hovering above it, and you're just traveling above this water at any speed that you're going, and how you're traveling and going. And then all of a sudden, in the distance, you see a glow of light, and you start heading towards that glow of light, and you see two marble pillars. There's two marble pillars. You head towards those two white marble pillars, and those white marble, as you get closer, you start to see that there's a bit of a platform that arises out of the ocean. So you come to that platform, and as you're there in front of those two pillars above and on above that platform, before you is the main portion that's more rectangular space in front of you. And as you're sitting, as you're there, the Divine Mother, you become aware of her presence, and you become aware that she's actually inviting you into her personal chambers. And if you would like to accept that invitation, then you can accept that invitation. And if you don't want to accept that invitation, then you can leave. And the rest of that experience is for you to have for yourself. That's something that you have. You connect with her within you. Now you're in her chambers, and you can be at peace. You can feel that energy. You can ask questions. You can communicate and receive answers within your mind. The Divine Mother is within every single one of us. And that's to be ended whenever you want to end it. I'm going to keep talking about other stuff. That's your space and your time. And as I had that personal experience for myself, she did. She took me into her chambers, and I was able to be at peace. I was able to feel protected. And for me, that was real. Because that energy, that what happened within, transferred into a physical feeling of peace, calm, and contentment. Not like I had to go fix something or do something to stop that stuff from happening. Just peace and the contentment of just being at peace. Ooh, ooh, da, ooh, da. Oh, that was so nice. That was so nice. And that's where I'm going to take it back there. I'm going to say it again. That's where the I is in win. Because now you're not looking at other people. You're not putting energy towards other people. You're putting that energy within yourself. You're lighting that spark within you that before was just nothing but a sea of darkness. That entire ocean that one was seeing within their mind and going forward, what that dark ocean represents is all of our subconsciousness, all of our thoughts within that we couldn't understand it. If I pulled out the page, it's gonna be black as that sea, and I'm not gonna see. I can't read a single thing. I can't read. It's all just one color. It all blends in. I got to bring some light to see how the words are gonna actually kind of take shape. There, you get the idea there. The interest for you is in you. It is not in a selfish way. You are a form of the Divine Mother. You are a form of the Divine Father. You have a multitude of energies and abilities about yourself. You're not limited to what previous generations have been limited to. There's new things that are happening, new elements in our world. And that makes me happy because that gives possibility for so much goodness. I was I was watching a documentary on Hellboy yesterday. the work of the creator, the comic books, and all of that. A dream, a passion, something that had success. One good thing turned into another, and he kept moving forward with it. But it's something of just that simple life. That's the truth of it. It's not a complicated life. It's nice to do things that are extraordinary. It's great to have fun and go do, adventures, things, and all that kind of stuff. But I've found that a simple life is going to help me find friends, find family, find people to connect with out in the world. We get one friend and we think that's the last friend we're ever going to have. Me, I'm like, there's billions of people on the world. Who knows who I'm going to meet? Somebody new. They got interest. Maybe they're into something I never knew about before. I'll learn about that. There's so many different people in the world to have friends with, to be friends with, to find family within. And the only way to have all those friends is to keep moving. The only way to find all those family members is to keep moving. At least in my journey of what I've lived through to this point, that's what I've learned is a fact. One place in too long becomes that stagnation. We talked about water flowing. Gosh, I feel like it was yesterday. But flowing water stays pretty crisp. Water that's just still, not moving, it's going to get stagnant. I got a story I want to read. You might have been around for it before. I read it once before. I read it once. And if you were around back then you're one of the very few. I've been around that long. But this one is called The Legend of the Blue Bonnet. An old tale of Texas retold and illustrated by Ptolemy de Paola. That's interesting. It has an Allen School Title I stamp, but then it has this black sticker that says Bound to Stay Bound Books, Jacksonville, Illinois. Let's see. It's actually got a really, really good ending. The Legend of the Blue Bonnet. I'm gonna start that in a moment, not just yet. It's not long, a few pages, not very long pages. But it's a powerful, man. It's a powerful ending. Our ancestors, they passed a lot of stuff down. And one thing I've learned is that we create. They say energy can't be destroyed or created. Well, we certainly using that energy to create things, energy that wasn't being used for something else. We're going to use that energy to create something beautiful. We use energy every day. We transform that energy in our atmosphere every day. We use our own energy to make changes in our environment every day. We create with that energy and we're connected with that energy. Our bodies, our brains, our perception on a very scientific basis. There are many articles being shared these days to support this for us to be able to transfer energy, transfer the likeness or reality from one thing to another thing. Okay, what happened here? Oh, I don't know, I'll figure it out. If you're on TikTok, my screen just froze over on YouTube. Huh, what's going on here? All right, let's see. There we go. All right, we back. Boom. All right, if you missed what I was talking about, I was introducing this guy right here. I don't know how fast when the video clicked out there, if my video or my sound went out on the audio on YouTube, but it's the Legend of the Blue Bonnet. And I was talking about our ability to take care of Margaret, take care of there, and I was talking about our ability to be able to create, and then I was linking that with the construct that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So then we're actively working with the energy around us and we're constantly transmuting things, constantly able to do that. We are alchemists. We are transformers. We do have the ability to manifest things into existence. And this book, this story, check this out. Great spirits, the land is dying. Your people are dying too. The long line of dancers saying, tell us what we have done to anger you. In this drought, save your people. Tell us what we must do so you will send the rain that will bring back life. For 3 days, the dancers would dance to the sound of the drums, and for 3 days, the people called Comanche watched and waited, and even though the hard weather was over, no healing rains came. Drought and famine are hardest on the very young and the very old. Among the few children left was a small girl named She Who Is Alone. She sat by herself watching the dancers. In her lap was a doll made of skin, a warrior doll. The eyes, nose, and mouth were painted on with the juice of berries. It wore beaded leggings and a belt of polished bone. On its head were brilliant blue feathers from the bird who cries, Jay, Jay, Jay. She loved her doll very much. Soon she who is alone said to her doll, the shaman will go off alone to the top of the hill to listen for the words of the great spirits. Then we will know what to do so that once more the rains will come and the earth will be green and alive. The buffalo will be plentiful and the people will be rich again. As she talked, she thought of the mother who made the doll. of the father who brought the blue feathers. She thought of the grandfather and the grandmother she had never known. They were all alike shadows. It seemed long ago that they had died from the famine. The people had named her and cared for her. The warrior doll was the only thing she had left from those distant days. The sun is setting, the runner called as he ran through the camp. The shaman is returning. The people gathered in a circle, and the shaman spoke. I've heard the words of the great spirits, he said. The people have become selfish. For many years, they have taken from the earth without giving anything back. The great spirits say that people must sacrifice. We must make a burnt offering of the most valued possessions among us. The ashes of this offering shall then be scattered to the four points of the earth, the home of the winds. When this sacrifice is made, drought and famine will cease. Life will be restored to the earth and to the people. The people sang a song of thanks to the great spirits for telling them what they must do. I'm sure it's not my new bow that the great spirits want, a warrior said, or my special blanket, a woman added, as everyone went to their teepees to talk and think over what the great spirits had asked. Everyone, that is, except she who is alone. She held her doll tightly to her heart. You, she said, looking at the doll, you are my most valued possession. It is you the great spirits want. And she knew what she must do. As the council fires died out and the teepee flaps began to close, the small girl returned to the teepee where she slept to wait. The night outside was still, except for the distant sound of the night bird and the red wings. Soon everyone in the teepee was asleep except she who is alone. Under the ashes of the teepee fire, one stick still glowed. She took it and quietly crept out into the night. She ran to the place on the hill where the great spirits had spoken to the shaman. Stars filled the sky, but there was no moon. Oh, great spirits, she who is alone said, here is my warrior doll. It's the only thing I have for my family who died in this famine. It's my most valued possession. Please accept it. She Then, gathering twigs, she started a fire with the glowing fire stick. The small girl watched as the twigs began to catch and burn. She thought of her grandmother and grandfather, her mother and father, and all the people, their suffering, their hunger, and before she changed her mind, she thrust the doll into the fire. She watched until the flames died down and the ashes had grown cold. Then, scooping up a handful, she who is alone scattered the ashes to the home of the winds, the north and the east, the south and the west. And there she fell asleep until the first light of the morning sun awoke her. She looked out over the hill and stretched out from all sides where the ashes had fallen. The ground was covered with flowers, beautiful flowers. as blue as the feathers in the hair of the doe, as blue as the feathers of the bird who cries, Jay, Jay, Jay. When the people came out of their teepees, they could scarcely believe their eyes. They gathered on the hill with she who is alone to look at all the miraculous sight. There was no doubt about it. The flowers were a sign of forgiveness from the great spirits. And as the people sang and danced their thanks to the great spirits, warm rain began to fall and the land began to live again. From that day on, the little girl was known by she was known by another name, one who dearly loved her people. And every spring, the great spirits remembered the sacrifice of a little girl and filled the hills and valleys of the land now called Texas with the beautiful blue flowers, even to this day. This is an author's note at the end. The bluebonnet is a form of wild lupine. It is known by other names too, such as lupine, buffalo clover, wolflower, and conejo, the rabbit, conejo, the rabbit. But its most familiar name, bluebonnet, probably began when the white settlers moved to Texas. The lovely blue flower they saw growing wild were thought to resemble the bonnets worn by many of the women to shield them from the hot Texas sun. The suggestion to do a book for children on the origin of the Texas state flower came to me from Margaret Aluper, a reading consultant in Huntsville, Texas. Gathering folktale material is always interesting, but more so when the suggestion to look at a tale comes from a friend. Margaret sent me a copy, and I cannot thank her enough, for I was immediately drawn to it. Then, with tireless effort, Margaret kept me supplied with as many versions as she could locate, and during one long New Hampshire winter, my mailbox was filled with information and pictures of that lovely spring wildflower. Margaret also helped me find out about the Comanche people, especially details about their early life in Texas before it became impossible for these brave people to share the land with the settlers and they were expelled or had to flee. When doing a book based on a legend involving real people, it becomes a drive to find out as much as possible about their customs and a way of life in an effort to portray an accurate and full as picture as possible. In this search, one comes upon information that fascinates. One point, especially interesting to me, was that the Comanche people did not have a concept of one god or a great spirit. They worshipped many spirits equally, and each one represents a special skill or trait. They prayed to the deer spirit for agility, the wolf spirit for ferocity, the eagle spirit for strength, and to the important buffalo spirit to send them buffalo for the hunt. The crow spirit was evil, therefore, in my retelling, the people prayed to the great spirits collectively. Even though the legend of the bluebonnet is a tale about the origin of a flower, for me it is more a tale of the courage and sacrifice of a young person. She who is alone's act of thrusting her beloved doll into the fire to save her people represents the decisive sort of action that many young people are capable of, the kind of selfless action that creates miracles. Author after my own heart. Tell you what, I love it. See, other people's words are powerful. People want to memorize information. They don't want to look like they're reading because they want to be like, oh, I know everything. I memorized it. I'm super smart. I don't consider myself super smart. You might. That's okay. I'll accept it. But no, I'm just.
I've just been paying attention to one thing for so long. Nobody else has been paying attention to it. But once everybody else starts paying attention to it, they'll go super far with it. All right, so I'm going to kind of cross some international waters here. Let's see. Okay, just understand as we start out that for me, when I hear the word yoga, yoga translates into breath work. Okay, this is breath. Yoga is more. It's not about stretching. Yeah, there might be some positions involved, but we're talking about primarily breath work. That's other parts of the world, and but I grew up in America, and naturally, yoga was associated with all that stretching, and so I was like, I'm never gonna learn yoga like other people learn yoga, but I want to stretch. I want to stay limber. I want to be able to run and not pull a hit me. I don't want to hurt myself or anything. And and then I was around some people. I've been doing it for years, just stretching, just doing my own regular little stretches. And then I'm around some people. Oh, that's another thing I could go off on, but where I was heading with that is that somebody took all these different stretches, associated them with this, associated with that, and compiled an entire system that we, at least, in some parts of the world, see yoga is a stretching system, and it's about getting your mind into a certain place while you're there, and we're letting the body relax, and so it's a whole system on the Western side, and it's its own system on the Western side, and and it took somebody to collect all of that stuff. People have been stretching and doing that kind of stuff for so long, but somebody put it all into one group and said, boom, here's what I could do with all of it now that I put it all together. And other people are like, whoa, well, that's pretty nifty. You got a book on that? Yeah, boom, whatever the case. And so, in what I paid attention throughout my life, I've kept my focus on what I've kept my focus on, which has allowed me to bring forth this ancient combination mixture of ancient ways with modern relevance of what we're going through today, actual application of how we're interacting with each other energetically, so forth and so on. And really we're waking back up to all of these realities. And that's the power of belief is much more powerful than belonging to anything or following anyone. To believe in your own self, that belief is a creative act. That is belief is a switch within the entire system that says I can do that. Let me try. Disbelief is a big turn off of the system saying I can't do that. That's impossible. Even if somebody else could do it, it can't. Nope, I can't believe that. So then, what the body and the soul and the flesh know they can't do, that's what they agreed on, that we can't do that. We don't believe in it. It's not possible. Then they'll never actually make any effort in that direction. In that regard, when people use the term fake it till you make it, in that situation, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. You gotta be fully into it. You gotta your will. I think that's what we're stepping on today, our will, our choice, our own individual choices. This is paramount in this world. And what do other people do when you choose something? They treat you a certain way, they act a certain way. I didn't realize that me following my heart made some person not like me. I didn't do anything to them. I didn't say anything about them. I didn't hurt them. I didn't go,
our environment is not as it seems. And for me, understanding that allows me to interact with my environment correctly. No, I'm not just trying to fool you or pull you off. Look, everybody has their own perception of the world. Everybody views things differently. There could be 100 people watching me or looking at me in the physical here, and those 100 people are going to have, every single one's going to have a different idea about me. Everyone's going to think something different about me. I'm fitting into their perspective. I'm fitting into their mold of what they believe and what they can accept, of what's standing. And that's not up to me to fix or correct. It's just the fact of being aware of it. So, are people going to misunderstand me? Yes. Am I going to get anywhere in life by trying to clear up all of those misunderstandings? Hell no. Big distraction. Big distraction. No, my will does not want to be dealing with explaining myself. I tried that for 30 plus years of my life. I don't know. I think I was 38 years old last time I tried to truly try to explain myself. Other ways, I'm just being a friend, hanging out, sharing stuff. You grab something, connect with it, great. You don't, whatever. If you're watching every single day, then you're going to see this, you're going to see that, you're going to learn more about me, you're going to see the truth. It, it's a collective experience of that truth for anybody. We can act in a multitude of ways. I'm very aware of that, and we all do. So to judge somebody based on one action in one situation, that's unfair. That's to me, that's not proper. Okay, that happened there. What happened over there? What happened with the other situation over there? Oh, well, they actually made a lot of great decisions. That one was a cluster hootie of what I don't know, and they made the best worst decision, the best decision out of a bunch of bad decisions, the best bad decision. You know what I'm saying? You got no good thing, got no good options. They're all bad options, but gosh darn it, okay, fine, we'll take this one, we'll go with that. We'll get us where we're going. I mean, don't like it, it's going to, right? Okay, that happens. Okay, so well, I see. That's why that one doesn't really fit in with the other ones. Okay, you're a good person. I see how it goes. I did get popcorn. I'm changing the subject. I did get popcorn though. I did get a bag of popcorn. I got a big old bag of popcorn. I've been leaving it right there on the edge of my table, and it's clipped on with a clip, and I just have a little bit of popcorn. I'm saying that other people are like, "What the heck are you talking about popcorn for?" I wanted popcorn for a good long while, and I was able to get it right to the store the other day, and I got myself a bag of popcorn, some other things, and well, I got my popcorn. So popcorn been making me pretty happy. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Going back to this story, somebody, the Comanche, in the last portion mentioned that the Comanche don't necessarily favor the Crow. They're not exactly in alignment with the Crow. There are certain traits with certain animals, and things just don't match up quite too well. That presence is always bringing a warning that something is going to happen. So it could be, it's still an ally because it's bringing the warning. Or however, they've grown up in their understanding with nature, and that's their local experiences. And that's what, and they mentioned how all the animals they called upon the deer for like agility, or I might have got that wrong, but they called upon different animals for different abilities within themselves to be able to access these skills, uh, abilities within themselves. And so this is very true across the board for tribes all the way around. When we find, places that have things like more like Egypt, and so forth and so on. They really put these into the stone walls and built that up and whatnot. So other places that were built up in the Americas, and all that kind of. If you're aware, you're aware. If you're not, well, I'm not going to try to explain it at all. No. You gotta go on that search. Watch lots of documentaries. Watch more documentaries. The more documentaries you watch, the better. On actual things. Oh, duh, actual things. I've watched some documentaries, and they were following like fads or stuff like that. That's not what I'm looking for. Documentaries on spirit activity, documentaries on UFO experiences, documentaries on sightings. Look, if you, this is what I've done. I watch these and then I correlate what's happening in this field, and they got something happening in their field. This field, they got, universities and government or what the heck ever's going over here, and they got whatever the heck's going on over there. They're never going to connect their two fields together. They're worlds apart. They're studying different stuff. They're into different, it's night and day. And I'm like, but I see the connection on the documentary. It's all scary. Ooh, wah, ah. It's really fucking scary. I'm not kidding. It really is. I'm not. It's some serious spiritual. At the end of the documentary, none of the people were found. They were all missing. They only found the videotapes. Okay, it's some real shit. Um, but geez, I'm correlating things because these are quantum interdimensional capabilities, however you want to put it. And people, they'll see a little bit here, they'll experience a little bit there, they'll have that there, a little piece of evidence there. There's little pieces, but nobody, it's everything is carpet mint, whatever. Everything's in a different freaking box. And so I'm a Capricorn and Sagittarius by nature, and I like putting stuff together. Well, there that is. There that. You're really good at that. You're really good at that. Well, why don't you two team up? I don't know what y'all gonna make, but whatever you make, it's gonna be awesome. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And so in those ways and in those fashions, being able to be connected in your back. But very much in being able in watching those kind of programs and being aware of that information that other people are out there. And it started with easy. It's in your Bible. If you want to go back to that thing, if you care about it says love believes all things. I challenge it in every version. Love believes all things. Real simple, plain. Love believes all things. So I don't care if it's scary, mean, bad, blessing. I believe it. It's fucking real. If somebody say it, I believe them, because that's another piece to my puzzle. Now, if it doesn't fit, if it never finds fitting, well, I'm not going to try to force fit this piece of information. I'm just going to leave it. It's on the table. I got a bunch of junk on the table. There's junk on the table for a reason. It's organized over there. It's organized over there. It's got that set up over there. It's got the electronic over there. I got a spirit and they like their chaos. Well, if they got their little chaos on my own table, then they don't need to go cause chaos with anybody else. I keep them entertained. That's why I got a dirty table. So that's all not dirty. It's clean. It's just, pins and, old raisins to turn to grapes. See, when you start like vibing at a good energy, this is what you do in your environment. Is see, that's from the store. Those are raisins. They're not molded or anything. Grapes turn to raisins. That's what happens. They don't mildew. They don't turn to bad stuff. I want to see what happens to a banana when it's around me for a long time and just sits there. It's not hard yet. Usually they get really hard. It's a banana, literally. It's not. It's just goes black. just dehydrates, like is all that it does. Like I did it with a lime. I got a lime around here somewhere. Got one somewhere. Is that you? Maybe it's a lemon. But dude, the limes, the lemons, they'll get like hard as a rock, but they'll be light, like air. Essentially, like all the moisture will evaporate out of it. And if you actually crack open the lime or lemon after, like after that, and you just put water in there, like all those nutrients are right there. Like I'm not saying that it fluffs up, but all those nutrients are right there. It keeps the color, it retains its color, it doesn't grow mold, it doesn't get bad. And that's because the energy of the stones. That's because of concentrating my energy every single day. People might, I am reading the blessings for, the 2 hours so in the mornings every day for blessings for other people to go out into the world. Yes, massively. And at the same token, all of my stones, the altar behind me, my staff, D here, my sword, everything in my environment is getting this energy upgrade. Is being reaffirmed every single day, every single day, every single day, every single day, and that creates a resonance. That resonance blocks out the negative interference from all the chaos. You see, the chaos from our environment, the energy from people to the energy coming off of the those towers we don't want with the kind of gadgets that's on them, right? Creating a bad energy space for us. We have all types of energies bombarding us consistently. This is why the temples were crafted from the mountain. This is why the stones were important. This is why the stones on the chest were important. The breastplate, even if you go back to Moses in those days in the Bible, this is why these elements are very important. It's because they stabilize the negative chaos, the chaotic energy that would harm our lives and our body stabilizes that. Think about it. We all know by this point in time that the Ark of the Covenant was a freaking nuclear device of some capacity. Okay? We know this. The radiation coming off of it and all the stories and accounts. And if you ain't done your research, go watch some documentaries. They're out there. So, so Moses, right? I hope I'm saying the right guy's name. It's Moses and Aaron. Yeah, yeah, right. And well, I'll tell you, I get details wrong sometimes. Just the name, but I get the story right. I do that. I leave people's names out. I tell the stories. So, anyways, so you got Moses. You got the breastplate, right? And he's working all up with the Ark of the Covenant with the lid off and everything. Like, what? Oh, I don't know if the lid was off, but whatever the heck it was. Yeah, you fucking me messing with it all. Why? And he wasn't getting hurt. Why? But then people, they carry it. Remember the one time the Ark of the Covenant is going to fall and the dude reaches out to grab it and like boom, he goes down right away. Like boom, dude got smitten. Whatever radiation popped out at him super fast because he didn't have them stones of protection. His field, his aura, his energy. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. All this magic stuff, it ain't voodoo, crazy, bad stuff. It's how to protect yourself. It's how to protect yourself from all the stuff they be making and doing out there from other people and all of that. Stabilization with the planet, with Gaia. The more stable we are in our peace, the more we're resonating our energy field with the planet, the more stable the planet comes. Every single one of us contributes. You don't got to be signed up to a group. You don't got to plan nothing. You just got to do you. You're your own hotspot. You don't even need a phone. I did this for years before I ever was going live in these capacities at all. Live at all. I wasn't able to go live before. I was putting out videos before, but not live before, anyways. Technical details, you know. By doing that, I was not just giving blessings to my own room or my own home or whatever I was living in at that time. Those blessings, they have a reverberation, they have a ripple effect around us. The more potent and stable our energy is, the further that energy can go, the more it can support, just like our sun, just as raw, just as the bright illumination that we follow. The sun does not rise and the sun does not set. The sun is quite stable in its traveling and doing it's moving and all of that. But last time I checked, all these planets are revolving around the sun, not the other way around. And that sun is going through space. And it's got its own rotation and everything, but it's stable where it is. By becoming that pillar of stability of your own energy, energies start revolving around your own because they're going through cycles just like planets. Some are going to face us the entire time, like the moon. Others are going to have their own rotation and get different scenes. From the macrocosm to the microcosm, from that which is without to that which is within, to understand the cycles that we are causing other people to go through. This is major. This is next level major. Because if we understand the cycles that are happening to us, and we want to create good, positive cycles for others, becoming firm in who we are is that's where you really become an anchor of spirituality, of divineness, of that interconnectedness that we all have with each other. And I hope that there are more synchronicities happening for you in your life. I hope that there are more things working out in your favor. And if you've had a rough past, may that rough past be just in the past. May your future be a better future. And anything I've understood, it's like my mom said, it'll get worse before it gets better. But what I've found is that those worse is just circumstances around me. The peace that I have within me remains, and so my perspective on my circumstances changes to where it says I'm content with this. So losing that, that's okay. Not big deal. I'm still doing what I'm doing. Perspective is going to allow you to keep gliding forward like you're on top of ice, like you're ice skating, or whether you swimming in the water with just your arms and legs. How you move through life is your choice, and having to having to justify, having to explain to people, I found that individuals of love and consideration, they're going to pay attention and they'll give helpful advice, but they don't typically give those kinds of things. People who are full of doubt, people who are full of negative emotions, they're going to create those kind of situations where we have to prove what we are or who we are or what we believe. And I, to those people, I don't feel any connection at all to the ones who try to get that stuff from me. Like, I'm happy to share, but I'm not happy to be grilled with questions. I can tell when people are up to something and they don't want to tell me what they're up to. Well, then why don't you want to tell me something? There's a reason for it. Oh, okay, good. Good, pretty good. I hope you're having a good day. It was actually pretty interesting because yesterday I wasn't expecting it to rain, but it did rain. Yes, it's raining pretty darn good. Actually rained in the afternoon a little bit too. I was happy about that. I like rain. I don't know about you, but I love the rain. I love the thunder. I like that weather. That weather's, I don't know, it's comforting. Associate the voice of God with thunder. Right? That's nature crackling right there, man, at its finest. And that's very much like our actions can be, can very much be like thunder. It's silent beforehand. If you've ever seen, I've seen some slow motion footage of the way, like how like the thunder winds up striking or lightning, whatever category you want to put at it, electricity in the sky that lights up that we see, and it's in the clouds, and it like starts there, and then it starts this like web kind of, not web, but it just spines out, and it's looking for a path of connectivity, and that we cannot see with our eyes. We don't see that with our eyes, but then as soon as it finds its path, every once it found the path from top to bottom, everything else is seemingly ignored, gone out the picture, and that thunder, that we see it, boom, it happened. That's what we see in that lightning happened in that moment. And can we just find a word that thunder and lightning, like we can just saying it's that, it's just the energy, it's just the action, rather than classifying, dividing it into sound or sight. Is it not some type of electrical pulse? In any case, what I'm getting at is from start to bottom, everything else is ignored. That's what we see. That's what's active. That's what happens in our life is we're traveling to a destination, whatever that destination, the dream, the goal, whatever the effort be towards, and we're going to have distractions. We're going to have things that pull us off onto different directions and different routes. But if we stay focused on our end result of getting where our soul is waiting and following that golden thread, that golden cord that only we individually can see for our own life, and boom, that's going to get us to the point of contact. Somebody asked me the other day if I can time travel, and not in the way that you think, but yes. And I have had two different experiences in my life at this point, and essentially, it's the initial moment of when I received the omen, the information, the sign, all of it. Like when I say information, I mean words in my head. When I say sign, I'm omen, I mean I drew it out myself. There was an object for it over, yeah, and there was the initial moment and of that, of receiving that insight, and then it was years later where I was performing a ceremony, and that exact site was in front of me physically in my own setup of structure of stones, and I had not tried to do that, not consciously. My mind was somewhere else. I was worried and concerned. I was about to lose everything in life. And I had gained a lot spiritually, and when I saw that, I got this sense that it's going to be okay. It's going to work out. Like I sent myself a message all the way back then, like I got you covered. Don't worry about it. And then when those, when the beginning, when the omen and then the ceremony, and those 2 points of contact met my consciousness, my awareness, my conscious awareness, I was, I could see, I saw myself send that message back to myself. And that's when I knew time was bypassable. Like we can bypass time, and so really, it's we can receive messages from the future way easier than we can send messages to the future. The only way to send messages to the future, uh, is high meditation and all that kind of stuff, quantum aligning the body and the chakras and all of that. It's harder to do that. Um, it's easier to drop things to the past. That's for sure. I mean, in my head, sheesh, what I'm getting in my head is I'm seeing a sphere. It's got blue to represent the motion, not water. It's just more so representing motion, um, circulation, continuance, and that sphere. What I'm seeing within that sphere is like a cube, is one room, and that one room is essentially labeled Groundhog Day, and within that room, essentially, it just keeps going round and round and round and round and round. I mean, everything around it is just it's just gonna last. It's just always gonna be. Life's always gonna repopulate there, and so there's so many different courses of action that you're going to choose to do within that limited amount of space. I mean, at first, hey, we have life, you have fun, and then you say, hey, shit, our space is actually limited, so we got to divide this up so I can do what I want, you can do whatever you want. We don't have to fight each other. And then one group grows more than the other, and they're like, well, we need more space because we got more people than you. And you're like, no, this is my space. It doesn't matter what you did that with your space. Your space is your space. This is my space. And then boom, war breaks out, and they're like, no, you're gonna have and that happens, and that's where we've been stuck. That's where we've been stuck in our space that keeps revolving around. Um, Literally, why, and how did my mind connect that? Because it's that soul, the golden cord, the golden thread is essentially our soul's presence is ahead of us in time and space. That cord is connected to our heart. That's our heart right there. So our soul, our spirit is drawing us forward to what we want to create with the energy and the space that we have. And up till now, we haven't been really recognizing the soul and the spirit within everybody, including the animals. We missed the mark on the ancients. We didn't take their lessons and learn from them. The world at large, I'll just leave it like that. The world at large conquered, and then just they took some things and just made their own thing, but they didn't learn the values of connection. They didn't learn the values before they took the information. And that's the difference, is really learning a story and knowing the culture is paramount to truly getting everything out of that story. A story shared out of cultural context, you have different experiences happening. People operate differently, and I've been in homes of all sorts of families and people in ways operate different. It's not the same. Every household is different. There might be a bunch that are the same, but cultures are it has an impact. And this is a big portion that put me on my study. When I was stepping out of Christianity, I had stepped out of Christianity, and the reason why I started learning about the Jewish stuff was like a lot of people would think I'm Jewish because of the religion I was in, and they were real like, I don't know. They obviously took a lot from it, or whatever the case. I don't know, however you want to put it, but there are similarities, and I remember learning at a way younger age that, yeah, a different culture, that story's not going to translate correctly. I learned that that was a thing. I didn't know it. I learned it. I accepted it and I believed it. So when I started learning more on that side of things, I started getting to know the culture a little bit better than I had ever known before. I hadn't actually delved into it at all. I mean, like, I looked at stuff in the past, but I'd be able to point stuff out and be able to explain stuff and this and that and whatnot into the minutia of things. And so the more I studied and learned, I was able to actually connect with the stories a little bit better from my own past that I had read. And that just deepened my love for people. It deepened my love for ways of living that are healthy, and also helped me identify a multitude of civilizations that they were just trying to protect their own. They were just trying to bless their own. May we be blessed. Like, may, those harms not come our way. Practically everybody's doing that. And for some odd reason, we take the bait that's around us and we cause conflict with other individuals. Maybe not you, but you know what I'm saying. But those things are changing these days. Things are not the same. Things are changing rapidly fast, rapidly fast. I know that much. And the world is, woo, buddy. People making decisions and life changing choices. Boy, I tell you what, hold on, hold on, hold on. Because it's going to be an adventurous ride, all right, I tell you what. And for me, life is supposed to be an adventure, ain't it? What makes a video game so enjoyable? Because I don't know what's around the corner. Because I don't know what's coming up. Because it's new territory. It's a new place. I can discover the big wide open all by myself. Man, I remember back to, I am from Texas. I remember, man. You want to hear stories? So I was in Texas. I rode some horses when I was younger, nothing professional or nothing like that. My dad, we up in North Carolina, and I don't know, I had to be, I don't know, 10 or something. I was young. I don't think I was a teenager yet. Maybe I was young, but I remember clear as day as if it happened right now. My dad picked me up and he puts me on this horse. I was born in Texas, was raised in Texas. This is in North Carolina. My dad picked me up. He puts me on this horse. No saddle, no nothing except the hair on the horse for me to hold on to. That's it. That's all I had. Little kid. And my dad smacked that horse's butt and he took off, boom, all the way down, turned around, came all the way back. And I was on top. I did not fall off. Hell no. Nope. Nope. Animals, nature, life, connection. That's it right there. That's it right there. I'm just waiting. That's all I've been doing in my life, just waiting until that could future opens up. Future opens up. It's all about opening the correct doors in this world. A lot of times we think by opening the door that we need to acquire a certain amount of money. No. By becoming a particular energy frequency, by living one vibrational energy on a regular daily basis, the energy that you choose to be, guess what? You're an electromagnetic individual. You will be drawn like magnetism to your destination. You got to resonate at the frequency first before when you get to that door, your frequency is the key that opens it. Because you were curious, you looked, you inclined. This is where I want to move through. Energy moves in different frequencies, in different forms, in different resonances. To match a resonance, we're going to connect. Everything else will work itself out some other reason. You have a great story to share. Oh yeah, I was there, ran into them, and that happened, and one, two, three, boom, and the rest is history. You know how that goes. I'm sure you got a story. If you don't have a story like that, man, you have a story like that. Straight ahead. Things happen out of nowhere, and boom, boom, boom. That's when that door was walked through. The energy resonance matched. The door was unlocked. You walked through, and you got your new life. To resurrect yourself in a form where you have choice and actual free will. It's the biggest piece of misdirection that I feel we as humans have been served on this world. They tell us, yes, you do have free will, but they don't show us how to exercise it. They don't show us how to reinforce that will. They would rather us do their bidding to perform their will. Do you have free will, or are you making choices to survive? Because if you're making choices to survive, that's not exactly free will either. Free will comes down to the fact that you know that your spirit, your indwelling intelligence, your spark of life, it is uncontainable. It is undefinable. It can shift and move and maneuver and morph and transmute and do all sorts of things. There are no limits. When you start considering what you want to do with your life, you have there's no limits. If money is a factor in you creating a future, then you have unlimited money. You have unlimited resources. You have unlimited everything. And that's where we go in within that the entire world is connected with us. We are connected to that great consciousness that exists of all the hearts of love. And when we connect, it's not that we're taking somebody's resources, but perhaps they can, something they come in and help and assist and do is helps them, and it's something they needed to do, something was on their dream and wish list, and energies worked and synchronized together, and that's how all those elements just happened to be in the same room. So the event could happen, and once the event happened, boom, everybody saw the miracle. The event happened. It's the rest is history. We're gonna go with work. That was a solid idea. Boom, well, that was magic right there. Let's give that one to the world. And that's where you start creating freely. That's where you start truly choosing freely, because you're not now responding out of fear. You're not now responding because, oh, I don't want that to happen. Now you're not responding because, oh, I don't have the money to do it. No, none of that is a block to what you decide to do with your life. And you can start those dreams right now. This is a big reality. To put yourself in a place where you're not, to put yourself in an emotional reality with that situation and to live it out within the mind is literally equatable with doing the exercise itself, doing whatever it was to do. It's as if the body actually did it. This is scientific. There's doctors who have talked about it. I ain't pulling your leg on it. It's something I experienced for myself. I did it for myself. I put it into my own book, in one of my words. And we are able to do this. And when we do this, we can actually grow spiritually, grow in our own character, and we never actually had to go through the experience. Why? Because we actually lived it. We lived it emotionally, we lived it thoughtfully. fully lived it all the way out from beginning to end. And now that that is complete and wrapped up, we learn the lesson from it and we upgraded. Now we don't actually have to go through the experience. Our physical life did not have to go on a detract experience to learn something. We're able to pick up that lesson without actually going through the event. Now that, that's where you can, that's the fire shamans right there. Those are the fire shamans, the ones being able to pick up these lessons just at the fly of their seat. And a fire shaman, if you're not aware of it, a fire shaman is someone who is growing at such a rapid rate that no single teacher can keep up with them. And that's why they need new teachers, a new teacher, a new teacher, a new teacher, because that teacher's, I don't want to say they're going to get worn out, but they ain't going to be able to keep up with that fire shaman. They're going to let it move on. They can't stick with the same teacher. And that's why the journey is so important, because the journey doesn't allow you to stay with the same teacher for too extended of a time. Once the information was transferred, once the energy is now actually copied, the resonance has been passed on, the work's been done. Next. See, the way I saw it was that, and this is actually pretty interesting because science actually proved it. And when I said the words, when I received the download, I told somebody in particular, and there was somebody in particular, I don't think it was live, it was somebody in particular, and I was disagreeing. My own mental mind was disagreeing what was coming out of my mouth, but I couldn't hold back, and I could not change the words. I had to say what was coming through. And essentially, it was that all the pyramids around the world, when they were all active at a simultaneous moment, they all had their own frequency. They resonated at a different frequency. Each each pyramid was resonating its own specific frequency, and together these frequencies created an atmosphere in which allowed us to live an extended amount of time, to grow to exceptional sizes, and on and on and on and on and on. And I couldn't fathom, because I was like, well, they should all be the same frequency to harmonize the same frequency. But actually, I wound up. It was about 2 months after that, and I saw a documentary, and it was on the scientific note, and it was talking about different frequencies and how it requires multiple different frequencies happening to create one actual one effect. And I was like, holy crikey, okay, that shit, that was real. So then this is where I went to next with it. It's like, okay, so then back in the day, let's just imagine the whole earth, there's no desert on it. There's no desert. No desert. It's not around. The whole earth is vegetated, plants, life, green, good. You get your winter, summer, whatever, but everything's good, right? Now, the the shamans, the ones on their journey, picking up their journey, they would have traveled to different pyramids. When they would have reached a pyramid, and before they would have found communities on the way, so you'd be able to have interactions, share information, updates, all sorts of healings, all sorts of things, and pick up spirits that need to be collected. And there's a lot of spirits you not wanted anymore, so you take that to the temple, resonate, and you get those go where they need to go. Part of the shaman's journey. And but what I was really seeing was how these individuals, they would each pyramid, and they would have stayed there long enough to be able to harmonize enough to copy the resonating frequency that was coming from the pyramid. So they would be able to collect a multitude of different frequencies, not just to collect them, but to become them. And by overlapping one after the other, this is exactly the divine path of how you develop upon Jacob's ladder once you move beyond the human state of being while you're still in your flesh and human and alive, and you move into a divine state of being, because now our interests are different. We're becoming vibrations and energies. We're not interested in copying people. We're interested in connecting with our energetical environment because we realize that we actually have an impact on it with just our perception, beyond our physical touch. And I believe that that was what was happening back in those days, so that each person, each shaman, essentially at the end of their journey, they could be a full-on beacon of whatever resonance was being collectively created around the world. These individuals could be this collective resonance, but visiting people personally in their homes and being able to assist wherever they needed to, wherever the world or energy was drawing them towards. That's what I saw. And then the last time I was on a beach, I had created, like an altar area, like a lane for myself, kind of. I didn't block anybody's walking path or whatever, but there's a portion of the beach, and I made it like my altar spot. So I go sit in there and stuff, and hang my gong up and hit it there and stuff like that. And I remember, and I was there for many days. And it's not that I saw it physically, but like with my mind's eye, almost like, like an invisible layer on top or something. But when I looked to my left and I looked to my right, the only thing I could imagine going on the beach, what I saw, what populated, was like everybody had their own spot, their own like what kind of shrine lane, if you will, their own like little. And so it was just like a bunch of like shamans and monks, and it was just like we're all lined up on the beach, and we're all like, like it could change. The chant could change. Like one dude's feeling whatever they're feeling, and they start resonating, and then like because people are doing their own thing, but then like that one catches on, and then like it's a whole wave, like everybody along the entire beach is now like one huge line but resonating at the same mantra or the same chant of positive energy, and we're literally sending it out to the ocean, to the divine mother, out to the world. So like, because think about it, I said it earlier, the the fastest, the talisman, the which you can transfer energy into the fastest, is water. And they found out that salt water has a charge. They can actually hold a charge. So on the frequency of that, man, sis, that's you imagine that going on. That whole wave of energy just going across the ocean waters. It's not going to cross them. It's going down into them. It's becoming it. Now we're creating the waters of our very world to resonate at peace and love and healing. Holy schnikers, that changes our environment. It does. It does. I had my own personal experience, and I saw my environment change. I saw the path of birds change over and over and over and over. And I've shared some personal stories on it. It's amazing stuff when we start tuning in with nature, with the world around us. The gadgets, the things that are shiny, the movies, it's cool, it's great, but that's not going to give you happiness. That's not going to give you eternal happiness. That's not gonna, one day you're feeling bad. Oh yeah, I paid that 9.99 and I got in to say I feel so better. Yeah, no, that's not how that works. That's not exactly how that works. There are some movies you think of the movie like, oh man, it really makes you feel good. There are those moments. Those moments exist. I ain't tossing those out. A lot of people have lots of thoughts and a lot of personal interests, and I can just imagine the load of questions for individuals. There was this one time, it was I was just doing the lives on TikTok. I hadn't started doing live on YouTube just yet, and I had done a reading, and this reading brought out that people who were going to be able to catch the energy in the beginning, they were going to be able to really mm, keep up. But people who came in late, people who showed up late, it's going to be a harder time to be able to keep things together and stay focused. They're not going to be able to. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I just went on. But at this point, it's interesting because I come on every day, and so we got stories to translate. And yesterday I told a story, and the day before I told a story. So today, you know what? I don't feel like telling a story again. So I hope you were there for the past 2 days. So when I told the reference, it, you'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that. Boom, we move on. Or else I'm literally just repeating the same day over and over and over and over and over and over, truly like Groundhog Day. And yeah, that's not really what I'm interested in. I want to move forward. I know my waters might be a little still, but it's just I want to make sure there's some flow somewhere. I'll tell you what. I'm thinking of Celtic, thinking of Merlin, thinking of there's the Roman soldiers, and they were going up against some of the individuals there, and the women were dressed in all black, and they reported back. The Romans reported back that it was as if there was black shadows moving up and down their ranks while they were like in formation and stuff. The battle kicked up. There's a lot of history that's been lost that literally is not recorded anymore. It was interesting because I went further back, and the reason why there's not a lot of information that survived. Well, first of all, their shamans and their initiates, that's where the information lived. That's where it primarily lived. You know, we think about these cave paintings around the world, and I've seen one particular documentary in very specifically, and they went and they looked at the different cave paintings, the really old ones, and they compared their symbols, and they actually found a likeness that these symbols were used all around the world. The same symbols were used all around the world. Might have been a little bit of different, looked a little different, but it was the same shape, it was the same character that what was drawn. And so there was very much a library of information that was able to store that people were able to access. And this library was not necessarily pinned down in modern language the way that we perceive it, though. More so was in the pictures and images that we could associate great meanings with. By seeing one picture, I can pull up a whole bunch of information. That's how I created my language as well. Each word has its own symbol, its own shape. So if I want to concentrate on that shape or that symbol more so, then I can see that shape. I could write that shape down anywhere and have it with me. And now I don't have to see a paragraph of information. I see a little character, a shape, and that shape tells me, oh, that's what it means. I know what I'm referencing. I created the language. I associated that image with that definition. That definition is directly linked with one of my personal memories. That's how I can access my most important memories with all the greatest lessons the fastest. I need to be able to pull those memories faster than any other memory because they're going to get me out of a pinch. And I am guaranteed one fact in this world: I will be put in another pinch. Somewhere in the future, there will be another pinch on my life, and I'm going to have to shake it. So I'm going to have something ready to pull right off my belt and be able to use in that situation because I ain't going to be able to truck it to the store. I ain't going to be able to phone call for help. I'm going to have to act right then and there. And I got to be ready for that. So for me to be able to access my memories, especially the ones that brought solutions, even though they were full of bad events, but I found a solution in all of that. Maybe it was my solution. Maybe it was somebody else's solution. I don't care. It's a solution. I need to use it. I'm using it. You got all sorts of people and they're going, oh, that's Black Panther. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's that. Oh, blah, blah. Oh, blah. Oh, I was suffering and now I'm not. I don't care. I don't, you say whatever you want. I'm not suffering. Like your words are going to cause my suffering. I survived. You don't know what I survived. Good. You keep your happy life. This is good enough. You can go around complaining about people and calling them names. You got a great old gravy life. I know how that life is. I used to be that kind of person. I ain't no. I was not born a saint from the beginning. I ain't saying I'm all holy mighty. No, 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 man. I had to learn this stuff. I had to get it down. I'm very hard headed. Very, very, very hard headed. But in my life, I like to learn. I like to do something better. I don't like to hit my head against the wall just because I can. Just because I could go through the wall and make a new doorway with my own skull don't mean I want to. You know, it causes you to get headaches and stuff after a while. Oh boy, I tell you what. Blessings, blessings. You got your favorite drink. You spill it. Oh, got some on the floor. Whoops, okay, I'll get out the floor. I don't want that to get mildewed or whatever, it's very stagnant, whatever. It's an offering. How many times do we offer oblations when we're hanging out with friends, drinks, whatever, and pour some out on the ground for the ancestors, right? For the ones that aren't there anymore, for the ones that were here and aren't there. I found that in my life, spirit so don't move me to make an offering I wasn't ready or prepared to make. Boom, it was made. A lot of people they feel this feeling of embarrassment. What good is embarrassment? How did embarrassment ever help you? Is it good? Does it work to your advantage? Does it hold you back? Does it stop you from doing what you want to do? Does it hold you back from following your heart, from acting on that? I found embarrassment was a useless trait. It didn't have no advantage. I didn't find any good thing in embarrassment. I didn't. No, if I want to learn from somebody's criticism, I'll be happy to listen and take it in and apply that direction. I don't need to feel embarrassed for any reason. I am who I am. Somebody is if somebody laughs, pokes, and makes fun when I'm in a state of weakness or falling, then that just exposed who they are. It only taught me what my environment was the whole time. I wound up becoming thankful about that. But embarrassment, it doesn't really plug in with success. It doesn't plug in with divine. It doesn't plug in with knowing who you are. It doesn't for me. It doesn't plug in with any of that. So if something doesn't really plug in for me, I don't use it. If something is not an advantage to me, I don't keep it. I'll trash it. The things I got is because there's some type of use, work, positive, working, good, some type of good going ons. I don't need to keep something that's going to cause problems. And in the world, we usually want to keep things that cause problems. Why? Attachment, pretty much. That's it. Just because of attachment. That's not a good enough reason for me. I have reason that kicks in. Emotions don't rule my day. I allow my emotions to be expressed. Darn right. If I'm not doing good, I'm going to say bleep, 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 rah, rah, rah. And okay, 10 seconds pass. I'm good on that. Moving on. Moving on to the next. Crying. Okay, moving on to the next. Shit, I'm tired of crying. Let's put on something funny. I don't need to get angry. I'm exhausted. I'm being angry. I'm exhausted. I'm being crying. Sheesh. Let's laugh. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh that man, that's what I went through. Oh, that's funny. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I'm laughing at it, man. And now I feel pretty darn good. Now, well, in a state of peace, feeling pretty darn good. All right, let's look at that situation and make a proper decision, and that's how my actions are going to follow. If I tell the other person what all my actions are going to be, then I'm just inviting turmoil, I'm inviting argument, I'm inviting conflict. So there's no communication to happen. No, I just made my, that's it. That's it. That's your will choosing, making a choice versus just, oh, it'll get better. Oh, they'll change tomorrow. Oh, they'll learn their net lesson next year. And I just want to be real specific. I'm talking about really like adults to adults, okay? It jumped in my head like mom to kiddo. Don't give up on the kiddo. Don't give up on the kiddo. That kiddo, you know what's in their heart. And mom or dad, they can see their kiddo's heart. You can see your kiddo's heart. Don't give up on the kiddo. Don't give up on them. Don't ever give up on them. My mom never gave up on me. From the beginning to the last, from first breath to the last breath, she never gave up on me. Everybody around her told her to give up on me. The lost cause ain't gonna be able to nothing. Blah 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 blah. I go to church when I was a little kid, and I had my green baby blanket. I pull it over my head, and I'll be like just playing and doing stuff in my own world, right? And like nobody be like, I don't know, everybody be doing whatever and they be talking about God and stuff on the stage or whatever. I just be in my own little world on that whole like little Jewish bit. You know, like even going back to the Bible, this when they talk about going to the closet, they say go to your room and then go to the closet and pray. They're like pray in where nobody else is watching. Okay, they got the gosh, I got one, but the Jewish shawls, right? And they pull it over the head when they pray. Okay, the reason why, if you actually go back farther into that, if you actually go back into that, that's what it was talking about. When it was talking about going to your closet and pray, literally, this is what they would do as a people. They would literally pull the shawl over themselves completely. I have a different name for it, talit, whatever. Talit, well, I forget the name. I was saying the wrong. Whatever. They pull the whole thing. You pull the whole thing over, and then you're praying to where nobody can see you. Nobody can hear you. You're praying, and you're invisible. Now, that's how you're supposed to pray. Now, I was doing that as a little kid, not even knowing it, with my baby blanket. So whoa, whoa, whoa. It's already hitting the ground running. My life's already living it. I'm just picking up things that, oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, okay, yeah, what's that about? I'm all right. I can do it. Easy enough. I had one lady, she came up to me at a temple and she said, tell me something about myself. She didn't know me. I didn't know her. She had a friend with her. She said, tell me something about myself. I said, I don't know. Uh, she said, she was like she kept pushing me to be like tell me something about herself, and then it jumped into my mind and it was like touch the side of her head. So I was like, can I touch the side of your head? And she was like, sure. And I was like, okay. So I reached out gently. I touched the side of her head softly, and I got two thoughts in my head. She started talking. I pulled my hand back. I waited for her to stop talking. As soon as she stopped talking, what I received, those two little bits of information in my head, that was fuel to talk for, I don't know, 5, 10 minutes, whatever. And I just go, I just let it, just let it all out. And the lady looks to her friend next to her, and she's like, the words of her expression was like, this dude knows his shit. Like, this, he knows what he's talking about. Like, I could do stuff I don't know I can do. I'm just discovering what I can do again. That's all. That's what we're all doing. And discovering what we could do again. And if you open up the right the right frequencies, the right energy by being the right the correct rather than right, the correct vibration, the correct presence, living one vibrational energy, your love, your energy, choosing, oh wait, you know what? This is I gotta look at this and that, bring those in, boom, I'm gonna add some more to myself. There's a saying. It's more than a saying. It's a little bit of my story. Story saying, however you want to call it. And I lost my marbles many years ago. I lost my marbles. I did. I did. And I had to go around and look for them. And I found most of them, but I didn't find all of them. And I found a bunch of other marbles just sitting out there nobody else wants. And so I just grabbed some. Those are really nice, man. I didn't have ones like those marbles before. So that, I open, they're not in anybody's stuff. They're just out there and nowhere. Boom. Marbles, those little golden seeds, those the little golden nuggets of the divine presence that we can embody for each other. And when we are able to view ourselves as something greater, it will bring us to different actions, which will create a different reality. And if you're wondering about that, they did this. They scientists dressed up like Batman, and they went on this subway, not a subway. They went on this train, dressed as Batman and not as Batman, and they were testing to see if people would give up their seat for a pregnant lady if it changed while somebody dressed like Batman was present. And they had like a legit outfit and everything. It was pretty awesome. Well, it looked and everything. And 33% gave up their 33% of people gave up their seat when Batman was not present. But when Batman was present, I think it jumped up to like 60 something percent, or it went up. It went up. The percentage was definitely up. And so it changed. The environment changed just with the presence of somebody else there, dressed up like somebody else. They also did another test, I call it test experiment, whatever. Experiment might be the wrong word, um, but there nothing bad happened. There's a they got some brought some kids in, and one group of kids both groups of kids they gave assignments to work on, and one group of kids they just gave them the assignments, go ahead and work on that. The other group of kids they said pretend, imagine that you're Batman, pretend that you're Batman, and now you have these assignments to do. And they found that the kids who were pretending to be the superhero, they more of those children got the work done than the kids who did not envision themselves as a hero. Okay? Hero, Hebrew, Egyptian, that's Horus, Greek is Horus is Greek. Hebrew would be the Egyptian Kemetic, more so of it, pronunciation. You are the hero of your story. You're the hero. It's not someone else that's going to come fix up your life. It's not somebody that's going to come and it's you're the hero. You're the resonance. You're the miracle. You're the spark. And I think it's a beautiful reality that picks us each up, to know that we're capable of more, we're capable of doing things beyond what the past gave us, to every day being brighter, to every day being better. If we work towards that, even a baby step in that direction is positive progress. Positive progress, that's going to get you somewhere. That's going to get you something. That's going to yield results. It doesn't matter if you're running 100 miles an hour. It doesn't matter if you're crawling slower than a turtle. And actually, I've seen some turtles move, man. Them guys pretty dang fast. If you ask them, when they want to be, they pretty fast when they want to be. And it doesn't matter how slow or how fast you're moving, because one positive progress every single day, that's a continuation. That's 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 going to keep going. That's going to have success, because some days gonna pop up and you say, I don't want to do just the one little good thing. I want to do a bunch of that. I got all the energy in me today, all the good stuff. Get all this stuff out the way. And that allows a massive good transformation. This is truth. This is real. If you want to make a change, if you want to feel different within you, change your environment. However your room is, change up the layout, change the position of something, cause your environment to look different than it has, because that will help your cognitive mind associate that you are in a state of changing things within as well. So then we associate the inside and the outside, the micro and the macro, within, without, with change. And we can recognize, oh, I'm going through a state of change. I'm going through development. I'm learning something. I'm going through a process, transformation, however you see it for yourself. And in this new life, you're able to chase your dreams ever more rapidly, progressively developing. And every single time a moment comes up to block, to misdirect, to stall, you'll be able to identify that immediately and push on that gas pedal and keep moving past that obstacle. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for the comments. Um, we'll be live again tomorrow at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. As usual, if you want to shoot me an email personally, cetra.com. If you want a copy of my book as well, you can shoot me an email at cetra@yahoo.com, and that will shoot you a free PDF copy, no charge at all. If you did enjoy today's program, if you did enjoy the information, I do got my GoFundMe connected to the YouTube, to the main page on TikTok as well, and I appreciate any assistance there. And if not, well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We'll be back again tomorrow. My friend, fellow brother, my sister, much love, many blessings. And until then, Donna, bye. Until